We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Just a reminder for commissioners, as you're speaking into the mic, please speak close to the mic and speak slowly so that our interpreters online can properly hear us.
The California, oh gosh. The California Youth Empowerment Commission meeting is called to order at 9:45 a.m. on Saturday, May 17th in Berkeley, California. As we begin today's meeting, we do want to note a couple items. First, we are providing interpretation services in Spanish, in person, and online for this meeting. If you are speaking at today's meeting as a commissioner, presenter, panelist, or member of the public delivering public comment, we ask that you please speak a bit more slowly so our interpreters can follow along. Second, as we continue to engage guest speakers, presenters, and the public, we want to name that the information and opinions expressed by presenters or public commenters before the Commission reflect the views of the speaker. They do not necessarily represent the views of the Commission or the Governor's Office of Service and Community Engagement. Finally, as a reminder, as a public body, public comment is critical to the work of the Commission, and we allow public input at all meetings. However, we stand united with other Californians in condemning hate and recognizing the harms that hate causes. A hate act is a hostile expression or action committed in whole or in part because of a person's actual or perceived identities, characteristics, including race, color, disability, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender, including gender identity, and or because that person is a part of a protected group. My apologies. The rich diversity among our population in California is one of our state's greatest assets, and we are committed to supporting and protecting all people in California. As a reminder, if you are a victim or witness to hate, racism, or bullying, you can report the incident and receive free support through the California versus Hate resource line. The hotline will help you identify next steps and help connect you to resources including legal, financial, mental health, and mediation services. Report hate by calling 833-8-no-hate or visiting cavshate.org. We are honored to be here in Berkeley today, and we would like to take a moment to acknowledge the Indigenous nations whose land on which we gather today. To do so, we follow the lead of UC Berkeley Graduate Theology Union as guests in the GTU Student Services Center for this meeting. The GTU land acknowledgement reads, "The Graduate Theological Union values the world's diverse religions and wisdom traditions. In a spirit of appreciation and respect, we acknowledge that our Berkeley campus stands on the ancestral lands of the Chochenyo Ohlone people in the territory of Huichin, who previously the land of the sovereign Verona Band of Alameda County. Today, the land continues to be important to our neighbors from the Mawekma Ohlone tribe, as well as the Verona Band descendants. The GTU makes this land acknowledgement statement to recognize the Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of this land and to affirm the enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous peoples and their traditional territories. The California Youth Empowerment Commission affirms this land acknowledgement and acknowledges the gratitude these Indigenous people who continue to care for and remain interconnected with this land. We promise to be conscientious stewards of this land for the future generations and are committed to ensuring inclusion of Indigenous people to inform the California Youth Empowerment Commission. Moving on, our agenda for this meeting covers 8 agenda items. We have hard copies of the agenda and other relevant meeting materials available in the room. Materials are also available online at youthempowermentca.gov/meetings-events. Director Wallace, can you please provide a brief overview of the agenda for this meeting?
Thank you, Chair Pope. As stated, we have 8 agenda items for the day, beginning with our welcome. We will then move into agenda item number 2, which is public comment on matters that is not listed on our agenda. We are finally approving our meeting minutes from November through April. This is the first time we've had quorum since then, which is why we will be voting on the minutes from the November meeting, January, March, as well as April. We will then have a presentation from Dr. Amy Lerman from the Possibility Lab, engaging the commission in an evidence-based and community-informed public policy discussion on how do we really engage and learn from youth and other commissions throughout the state. We will then break for 10 minutes and reconvene, beginning again with Raven Tahara, who will begin again with our strategic planning discussion, discussing our mission, vision, and values draft, and where does the commission want to weigh in and make any adjustments there. We'll then break for a 30-minute lunch and reconvene, continuing to workshop on strategic directions, really taking the information that's been learned and discussed from previous workshops and figuring out how do we want to focus our lens as a commission and really start to iron out our charge. We will then break for another 10-minute break and reconvene. I will briefly share a director's report, just updating you all on the work that I've been engaged in and some general organization updates. And we will conclude with next steps for action and adjournment. Thank you.
Today, we may be joined throughout this meeting by several distinguished guests, and we would like to recognize any in attendance with us today.
If there are any elected officials, leaders, or staff representing an elected official with us, can you please let us know that you're here? We do understand, once again, that our commission meetings are bright and early on a Saturday morning. We also understand that elected officials have very busy schedules. So if anyone arrives throughout the duration of our meeting, we will allow for times for them to share any remarks or any regards for the direction of the strategic planning process for the commission. Thank you.
We will now conduct roll call to establish a quorum and provide an overview of the public comment process. For this meeting, we would like to note a change in our speaker for this section of our agenda item. While Beth Gasha was listed on the posted agenda, Luis Jimenez, Director of External and Legislative Affairs at California Volunteers, will lead the roll call to establish a quorum and provide an overview of the public comment process today. The content and scope of this section remain the same as publicly noticed. This change does not affect the substance of the agenda item. Luis, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Pope, and we will now conduct roll call, commissioners. Commissioner Acosta Parra,
Here.
Commissioner Butoria, Commissioner Chung,
Oh, here.
Commissioner De La Maggiore,
Here.
Commissioner Merrill,
Here. Here.
Vice Chair Lynn Tostado, Commissioner McCarthy,
Here.
Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Pope,
Present.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Present.
Commissioner Terranes, Commissioner Weinstock. We have 9 out of 13 voting commissioners with us today. We have achieved a quorum. Note that Commissioner Melanie is following the teleconference rules for advisory bodies outlined under Governing Code Section 11123.5, which allows members to participate remotely. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today in person or online. I am here to provide guidance for the process for this hybrid meeting, which we have designed with the intention of maximizing access by members of the public. Please note, we are providing Spanish interpretation services in person and online for this meeting. Estamos proporcionando servicios de interpretación en español, tanto en persona como en línea para esta junta. Si nos acompaña a través de Zoom, localice la barra de herramientas en la parte inferior de la ventana de Zoom, busque el botón que dice Interpretación, que pueda aparecer como un icono de globo terráqueo. Haga clic en el botón de interpretación para acceder a las opciones de interpretación de idiomas. Aparecerá una ventana emergente con una lista de idiomas disponibles para la interpretación. Ahí puede seleccionar español. For those joining the webinar online via Zoom or by phone, please note that your microphone is automatically muted when you join. To minimize the risk of background noise, you will not be able to unmute yourself. For those joining online via Zoom, please note that the webinar platform does not enable video for attendees, so we will not be able to see you. If you need technical assistance during the meeting or have any questions about the meeting process, there are a few ways to contact us. If you are online via Zoom, the best way is by using the Q&A function, which is monitored by a few of the team members. If you joined over the phone and you have access to email, please email youthempowermentcommission@opr.ca.gov. To make an in-person public comment, you can pick up a comment card at the back of the room and return it to one of our staff members. You will need to submit a public comment card for each item you wish to speak on. If you plan to make public comment virtually, you must be online via Zoom, either through the webinar or phone option. To submit an online public comment form, please visit the youthempowerment.ca.gov/meeting-events website page and complete the public form linked there. You'll need to complete a separate form for each item on which you wish to speak. You may complete a form at any time during the meeting. When Chair Pope opens the public comment period for your item, we will call your name. When you hear your name, please raise your hand. To do this online in the Zoom webinar, click Raise Hand under the Participants menu. To raise your hand over the phone, please press *9. When it's your turn to speak, a member of our team will unmute your microphone. If you're online, you will see a window pop up alerting you that the host is unmuting you. You will need to click the option to approve unmute. After that, you can begin your comment. If you're on via your phone, you will hear a recorded message alerting you that your line is unmuted. You can begin your comment once your line is unmuted. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes to make their remarks. Speakers requiring or using interpretation services are allotted 4 minutes to facilitate full participation. If you're online, you'll see a timer pop up on your screen. Please monitor that and wrap up your remarks accordingly. Whether you are online or on via phone, Chair Pope or staff will notify you when your time is up. After that, we will mute your microphone. You do not need to take any additional action. If you are unable to complete the online form but would like to make a public comment, please email the team. Thank you, and back to your Chair Pope.
Luis, this is Tamisha. Can we confirm the attendance for Commissioner Jessica and Sarah?
Yes, I will note that in the roll call.
Thank you.
Additionally, I would like to acknowledge that Commissioner Colin McCarthy is also virtual today and is following the same rules as Melanie. We will now take any public comments related to agenda item number 1.
And Chair Pope, there are no online comments for this.
The Commission will now take public comment for matters not on the agenda. This is not a forum for dialogue with the Commissioners. Questions posed by the public during this item cannot be substantively addressed or discussed at this meeting. Any required follow-up can be directed to Youth Empowerment Commission Executive Director Tamisha Wallace. As a reminder, public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker.
Chair Pope, we do not have public comment on this item.
Thank you. We will now transition to agenda item number 3, the consent agenda. For this meeting, our consent agenda consists of 4 items, all related to approving meeting minutes from our previous meetings. First is the approval of revised November 23rd, 2024 meeting minutes. These minutes were originally approved in January 2025, but edited afterwards to correct one error in our meeting date, which was noted as November 25th, 2025 instead of November 23rd, 2025. The other 3 items are the approval of January 25th, 2025 meeting minutes, March 22nd, 2025 meeting minutes, and April 26th, 2025 meeting minutes. These minutes are coming before the Commission for approval for the first time, as this is our first meeting with quorum since January 2025. Before we call for a motion, we will first take any public comment related to this agenda item, followed by discussion from the Commission.
Chair Pope, as of now, we don't have any public comment registered for this item. Any folks in person, I'd encourage you to use the note cards at the back of the room and send them to staff if you'd like to make a comment. And folks online, please use the Q&A function as well.
Are there any comments, questions, or discussion from the commission? We will now check if the commission is ready to make a first motion and second. As a reminder, a first motion and second are required to vote on any commission action items. Any commissioner may make a motion. For example, the commissioner may make a first motion by saying, "I move that we approve the consent calendar," or "I move that we approve the consent calendar with the edits to the meeting minutes." A commissioner who agrees with that motion may make a second motion, which can sound like second or "I second that motion." Both the first and second motion are required to move into voting. If there is no second, the motion is not discussed. I move that we approve the consent calendar with the edits to the meeting minutes as previously stated.
I second that motion.
I, Commissioner Pope, and Commissioner Morrell have made a first and second motion to approve the consent calendar with the discussed edits to the meeting minutes. We will now take a roll call vote on this motion. When your name is called, please vote yea or nay on whether to approve the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Acosta Parra,
Yay.
Commissioner Butoria, Commissioner Chung Lee,
Yay.
Commissioner De La Majore,
Yay.
Commissioner Lynn Tostado, Commissioner Morrell,
Yay.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yay.
Commissioner Mai,
Oh, yay.
apologies, Commissioner Morris, Chair Pope,
Yay.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Yay.
Commissioner Terrones,
Yay.
Commissioner Weinstock, Commissioner Yee, Chair Pope, that is 12 in favor and the motion passes.
Thank you. Our consent agenda is approved. We will now transition to agenda item number 4, a presentation from the Possibility Lab at UC Berkeley, who will be discussing approaches to prioritizing and analyzing policy. I will now turn it over to Dr. Amy Lerman, Executive Director of the Possibility Lab, and Jesse Melgar, Senior Advisor for Strategy and Public Affairs, to share their presentation, Evidence-Based and Community-Informed Public Policy. Good morning.
Okay. I feel like since it's my classroom, I get to do whatever I want. It's really nice to see you. So I'm really excited. I think the goals for today are really to start thinking about what information you guys want to collect in order to be able to represent the voices of young people in California. I think we'll start with just thinking about where you are in your strategic planning process and what kinds of information will be really useful. How do you very concretely want to engage with young people? What data do you want to collect? What are the sorts of questions that you want to be able to answer that start with something like, what do young people think about XYZ? Or what are young people experiencing relative to XYZ? Or how is there variation in how young people are thinking about XYZ? And I know that you all have spent a lot of time doing kind of big picture, strategic plan, what's the vision, what are the goals? And so I'm gonna start from the opposite direction, is really concretely, what do you want to do? And what do you want to do right now to inform the big picture? So we'll think about two things. One is really thinking about, how do you want to engage with youth? How do you want to think about what value you can bring to them and what kinds of information they can bring to you that's going to make it possible for you to do the work that you're planning. We'll also talk a little bit about just legislation. How do you want to think about the legislation that's out there? How do you want to think about, what dimensions of a piece of legislation mean it's important to young people or to you as a body? And what are the criteria you want to use to really think about kind of thinking about what sorts of legislation is out there and how that might, again, be informed by what you learn from young people when you do some outreach to them. Okay, so the biggest thing that I think is an important place to start is we are, as a state, as a country, looking for new ways to engage people. This is true just across the board. There's a lot of concern about all of the things that you all already know, which is that levels of engagement with policymaking, with government, are really low. Levels of trust are low. Levels of faith in policymaking and democracy are low. And this is all sort of stuff that you have probably seen. This is particularly true among young people. I think the question for you all, now that you're on the other side of the dais, is you're now the government. And so how do you want to think about building trust? How do you want to think about really reimagining what kinds of engagement a body like yours or government as a whole could be doing to reach out to young people? What is it that you can do that's really different from how typical engagement efforts work? And so that's one of the questions we'll be asking, is just how do you create opportunities for engagement that meet people where they are, that are really kind of respectful of people's time, that aren't just sort of pro forma because you need to do them, but that are really going to be useful to you and are going to be useful to the people whose time you're asking for, right? How can you ask them to give you their time in a way that values the expertise they have to bring to the table? And I think what you learn from that is going to be useful not only to you all, but honestly, to certainly other youth commissions, but to other commissions and to government as a whole. This is a problem that every agency, every department, every legislator is trying to figure out, right? How do they bring young people to the table? How do they actually bring diverse young people to the table who have the whole range of experiences? And if you guys can start to think creatively about what that looks like and are willing to experiment a little in what those formats look like and how to do that work well, you'll be really sort of setting an agenda, I think, for governments that across the country are thinking about these questions and don't have good answers. And so, part of this is the challenges you're taking on are really complicated. And that's the reason to take them on, right? Youth mental health, housing and homelessness, these are big, meaty, complicated problems. And so figuring out how to solve them is going to require bringing in the expertise of the people who are experiencing those problems. I think that seems to be the starting point, I think, that I get the sense that you all are on board with. So let's start there, right? That we're not going to solve these problems without young people. And so we need them, and it's our responsibility as people who think about public policy to figure out how to engage them. I think the other thing to just, level set here is it's really hard. Doing good civic engagement is really hard because people are busy and people have day-to-day things they need to worry about. I mean, even you guys, right? Finding time to commit to this process. It's hard. You have a lot of other things that you need to be thinking about. And that's true of everybody. So when we ask them to, make time to sit and just ponder the big issues of the day, we're taking them away from all of the other things that they need to be doing with their time. And when we're thinking about this in like a large scale way, and really trying to think about like, how do we bring in people who are the most kind of pressed for time or resources, that's an even harder problem, right? How do we make it as easy as possible for people to join us, to give us their input? How do we give them all of the kind of different avenues for giving input? How do we make it really understandable why we're asking for their time, right? What we're going to do with that information? I think all of that is stuff to think about as you start to embark on this. How do we do really meaningful, thoughtful engagement? And, then there's the big questions that we can certainly spend time talking about of like, what do we even mean by community engagement, right? What, is it just a, open forum? Are we trying to accomplish something really narrow and specific? Are we trying to get really specific information that we're going to use, to bring to legislators or to think about which legislation to support or to encourage legislators to write legislation on topics that they might not be thinking about, but young people are? How do you build trust, particularly right now, at a time when trust is at a historic low, when polarization is at a historic high, right? If you look at polarization right now, and you look at so polarization is just like the distance between Democrats and Republicans on issues. If you look at it in Congress over time, polarization is at a higher level right now than it has been since the Civil War, which is literally when we tried to kill each other, right? So we're at a moment where it's really hard to bring people together across levels of difference. And with trust being really low, trust in government being low means trust in the institutions that are supposed to help us work together to solve problems is really low. And so people just aren't seeing returns on investment. They're not seeing that spending time thinking about policy is going to produce the policies that actually make their lives better. And so like that's where you guys come in, of trying to figure out how we fix that. Okay, so those are the big questions. I guess the first question I would start with is like, what have you guys seen in terms of engagement? And by engagement can mean any time that like a public official, and so this could be like a school district, it could be a city council, it could be a commission of some kind, some sort of representative of like a public institution or authority reached out to community. And that could be young people specifically, or it could be sort of community more broadly. But like what are examples you have seen of like good, meaningful, thoughtful avenues for engagement? Or have you seen that kind of thing? And we can broaden it. It doesn't even have to be government. Like, have you seen a student association, a sort of formal organization? Yeah.
Sure. When I was an undergrad, I participated in some community-based research with a community in East Palo Alto, and it was with a group called Climate Resilient Communities. And we recruited community ambassadors and provided trainings to them. I believe we also compensated them for these trainings so they can go on and engage more directly with community members of which they are part of the same community and already have trust with. So basically, in summary, recruiting community ambassadors.
Awesome. Okay, so I heard a couple of things that I want to make sure we put on our like engagement gone well list, and this is Emily. Emily is the chief of staff at the Possibility Lab and does all the things. Like compensating people for their time, right? That's a great one. That's both a way of respecting their time and also making it possible for them to make time. I also heard training, right? Getting everybody up to some baseline in terms of the skills they need and not starting from the assumption that people already know how to do this, right? That they know how to navigate or that it's not scary to try and navigate some of these things, but doing some like kind of offering of capacity building and helping people with either the resources, monetary or otherwise, or the skills that they need. Those are great. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. And so they would have the school board members come in and students were able to just ask them frankly any questions that they wanted without the pressure of feeling like they needed to do so in an official public space. And I think that that access was really important. And a lot of students had some challenging questions that I think were able to be met also with the support of the government teachers there that could provide the educational perspective. So I think the fact that they reach them in schools, which are places where students already have to be, and that it was a conversation where other people weren't present, so it was just the students and the school board members, was really important.
That's great. So creating safe spaces where people can be open and honest without feeling like they're, so basically the opposite of this scenario where you're like having every conversation with the public watching, right? So having safe spaces where people can be honest about what they know and what they don't know, they can ask hard questions and hopefully get honest answers. I think also giving people access to decision makers, right? Having a direct line to be able to sit down with people who are in positions of authority and actually ask them the honest questions. So being able to bring them to the table, that's great. Yeah.
On the similar note, being able to bring in student board members into school boards and really having a student voice across the board that brings in youth value into these conversations. And then I think someone also had mentioned compensation for time, and also seeing these high schoolers being compensated as student board members is also pretty significant too. So there's the student board member portion as well. Secondly, something that I've seen in San Diego is also politicians and policymakers and council members offering paid internships for high schoolers as well, whether that's during the school year or this summer too, is something that I've seen a lot of youth step into those positions as well.
Yeah, that's great. And I think, so you guys are in an interesting position, and this is something that we should talk about. Obviously, you are kind of youth representing youth, but even in this room, and this is always going to be true, like you do not represent the full range of demographics and background experiences. And, you would have to be a 10,000 person commission to really represent every unique perspective. So being really aware of, when people look at you all, like who's going to see themselves in your organization and who isn't, and how do you make sure that the places where they're not going to see themselves, you are partnering with other organizations or bringing in folks in some way who can help supplement the areas where you all either don't have personal expertise or don't match the demographics of the young people in California. I think that's something to think about and something to be really aware of. Youth is a very large category, and there's only so many demographic dimensions or experiential histories that you can represent. And so really thinking about that and taking it seriously.
I would like to add to this, to echo the statements that you guys have made. I sound like a broken record in my career talking about this, but compensating youth voice, making sure that youth who are bringing in expertise because they are from marginalized populations or from underserved communities, we are enabling them to enter these spaces by not causing hardship in order to enter these spaces, by removing those barriers and providing opportunity. A really big part of that is the community-based organizations that focus on that grassroots organizing. They do focus groups with these individual populations. They actively seek out and often compensate the youth that get involved in these conversations. Usually it's not that much. It could be something small. It could be a $25 gift card to Amazon. It could be coffee. It could be a sandwich. It's just compensating these youth in some way so that they are both motivated and feel appreciated for providing that expertise and being in these spaces. We see engagement going well in that way because these are organizations that are showing where their priorities are. They aren't just saying, oh yeah, we want to hear from you. They're saying, we want to hear from you and here's how we're going to make it happen. So encouraging our partnered organizations, whether that's nonprofits or community government organizations, ensuring that they understand, like, we need to be enabling these youth into these spaces. We can't just be asking them, we can't just be sending out surveys. It needs to be an active, collaborative effort. We've seen it go well, and if we know something is going well, we should try to capitalize on that and continue it and build on it. So
yeah, that's great. And I think I have heard compensation come up a bunch of times. We cannot say it enough. And there's a couple of different reasons to do it, right? One is because it respects people's time. It makes it clear that you appreciate and understand that you're asking for something from them. and that you're asking them to contribute something, and so you're contributing something back. But also it makes it possible for a more diverse range of people to get involved. And that means like thinking about providing childcare if you're doing in-person meetings, right? So, so youth parents can come and they don't have to figure out what to do with their kids. It means like, reimbursing people for travel, if that's going to be a barrier. Really trying to think about how you can lower the costs and the barriers, especially for people for whom those barriers are going to mean the difference between engaging and not engaging.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to add to what you just shared. In the current state assessment, we learned that a lot of young people don't engage because they feel like too often it's a one-off as opposed to continuous engagement. So in encouraging community partners, government, I honestly think it should be a more formalized relationship and respecting those with lived experience as consultants and maybe bringing them on as such and compensating them as such because they are adding very valuable information. And if it's just calling them in when we're in town and we have a listening session, right, I think folks are less likely to engage as opposed to being a constant consultant to this information. So I think encouraging partners to formalize that and to really add value to folks with lived experience.
Yeah, love that. I think one of the biggest things that goes poorly, and that's where we'll transition to the second question, which is where it has gone poorly. It's exactly that. It's the like one-off. We're asked for our input, and then we never hear back about like where did our input go? What like did you actually do anything that came from our input? That's like the biggest killer of civic engagement for young people and just generally. So I think that's something to take really serious. So as we do kind of what has gone poorly, you don't have to mention like who did the bad civic engagement. It can just be like, what was the dimension of it that you feel like just like wasn't fulfilling the criteria for good engagement?
Yeah, I'll kind of be building off what Director Wallace was just stating, but I think like in a lot of the spaces that are theoretically supposed to go well and maybe do go well, for example, like local advisories filled of youth for like the vice mayor of a city or the congresswoman or congressman of a district, a lot of these spaces are temporary because they're not necessarily mandated to come up with any deliverables other than recommendations, and there's no way to hold these elected officials accountable for those spaces and what they're doing with those spaces. And then I think additionally, the community-based organizations that are doing the work, for example, that help assembly members understand what the youth of California want in legislation, have a lot of cost barriers to them. So I know of a lot of community organizations that will teach students from start to finish how to propose their own bill. But the conference itself costs like $800 to attend, and that's just not feasible. So then it narrows the pool of students who are able to engage with this and the capacities at which they're able to. So I think there's a lot of cost barriers to current interaction and like getting your foot into these spaces.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think this question of institutional design, which is really what you're getting at with like, if we design institutions for engagement that don't have any teeth, right, that where it's like we made recommendations and nobody actually has to do anything with them. So I think trying to figure out like how much, when you do engagement, like how much delegation of power are you willing to give to the people that you're inviting in? So say you bring in youth across the state and they're like, no, our priorities are totally different from the priorities that you all decided are the commission's priorities. Like, okay, are you willing to take on a different set of priorities? If you bring them in and, they sort of are really pushing for something where you're like, we're not like really excited about that. Like, are you willing to give that over and to then represent their voices? Now this, it's a two-way conversation. So there can be like, we will, really try and engage in conversation and explain why we think the things that we think, but fundamentally going into it with just like a clear understanding of, is the input that you're seeking gonna guide or be recommending for the commission, or is it gonna be what you take up? And I think communicating that clearly, and I think legislators should do the same, right? And we should think about commitment devices is what we call them, like ways of committing ourselves to really taking seriously and acting on what we hear, even if we don't love it. And that's where you get into the really hard stuff.
I would actually like to share on that as well. The frequency at which I see engagement and advocacy efforts behind a paywall is deeply disappointing. Like, for example, I was invited to go to a conference recently, and the whole thing was, I'm not going to name the organization, but they wanted us to go to the Capitol and talk with a bunch of legislators. They had all of these meetings already scheduled. And they were like, we're so excited. And then at the end of this Zoom meeting where they were explaining it, then they were like, oh, and I want you to try to get $1,000 from me. Do a pitch, get $1,000 from me. And I was like, why? And they were like, well, because you're going to have to do this with other organizations to get the $1,000 to come to our conference to do this advocacy work. So, and this is a nonprofit organization running this conference. I understand the necessity to have people paying to go to conferences, but there are other ways to do advocacy that are more effective, that are actually enabling youth to attend. There's already a hidden paywall in doing advocacy work, which is if you're not getting compensated for travel, if you're not getting compensated for your time, you are already donating so much of what you have, whether that is gas money, time, to going and doing these activities. So to have to pay on top of that just to attend these and be part of these spaces, it's not just the complete opposite of what we're trying to achieve. It's actively discouraging participation for these populations of youth. This specific organization works directly with foster youth. They work with impoverished youth. They work with homeless youth. So for that to have a paywall, it's making it so that only those of us who are at the most advantage, who have the most connections, are able to participate in those spaces. And this is not unique. I see it all the time. So knowing that this is a common issue for organizations that want, youth voice and youth participation, making sure that we are prioritizing, like, hey, how are we supporting these youth and showing up? How are we paying them? We should be paying them. We will have this conversation all day. I'm so sorry, everyone. But that really is a huge piece of it. These are youth who are in school. They are working. They cannot afford to show up to these events or to pay themselves to show up to these events. So how are we going to talk with organizations and explain that to them? I think that that's something that we should have in our strategy, is talking with our community partners and saying, hey, what has worked? What hasn't worked? Obviously, a paywall is the opposite direction of where we need to go. A great example, which is kind of what Tamisha had mentioned, was formalizing these processes. I personally am on several advisory boards. I am clued in on monthly meetings with organizations that will tell me exactly what they've been doing with the information from focus groups. They will make sure that they are communicating. If they're working on a research paper, I receive that research paper a year later when it's done. I know exactly what's going on. They're very supportive. The going rate is $27 an hour for most advocacy jobs right now. That's at least somewhat livable. It's not minimum wage. And on top of that, they pay for travel. They pay for all these support services. So we've seen what works. And we've seen what hasn't worked. So perhaps creating a toolkit or something that we can provide to our partners to explain, hey, this is how engagement has been working, and these are ways that you can set up your funding to make real positive change. If it's not blanket, like asking a bunch of youth to show up to a conference to hear their voice, even just a few that are dedicated, that will show up consistently, that have that expertise that they want to share, ultimately that will be more conducive to a goal.
I love the idea of you guys producing principles of engagement, which is these are your core principles for how you believe everybody should engage with youth, right? What are the things that are respectful, that are minimum threshold for doing youth engagement, and having that as a set of principles that you can share with others that are this is how we do engagement, and this is how we think anybody who's engaging with youth should do it. I think that's a completely reasonable and feasible thing for you all to produce. So I want to think a little bit about, one of the things that we've been thinking about at Possibility Lab is just sort of how do you, you being any kind of government organization, how do we do sort of systematic and iterative civic engagement? So how do we actually set up systems where we can do things over time, where we can iterate and really create sustainable systems for meaningful engagement, where you're at each step of the process, both doing your homework before you engage with youth so that you can use their time well, but then also how do you make sure that everything you're doing has a purpose, right? Anytime that you're taking somebody's time and energy, you know why you're doing it and what you're hoping to produce that comes out of it that can actually feed into the work that you all are doing as a commission. And so one of these things, one of the things we've developed is what we call the impact model, which is 6 steps, IMPACT, that an organization, that a public body can take to actually carry out civic engagement from the beginning to the end. This is just one model, but we've been playing around with it as a way of just sort of structuring the questions that we think people should be asking themselves at every step of the way. So I thought it might be useful to just spend some time walking through this model and actually using it as a way for you all to start doing some like really concrete, specific planning about what you want to do, sort of starting now to inform your strategic plan and to inform your ongoing work. So the first 3 steps, which are what we'll sort of walk through today and really sort of start to work through, are initiate, mobilize, and plan. Initiate is really sort of doing this work around like what are we trying to accomplish when we're doing engagement? What is it that we're trying to elicit from people? What kind of information? What are we going to do with that information? How do we want to think about the sort of resources and constraints that we have in order to do that? And really sort of answering a bunch of questions for ourselves. Mobilize is thinking about like who sort of shares our purpose and values and might have access to communities that we don't represent or have access to. So this is the recognizing that no organization is kind of on the ground, close to people, has representation from all of the different groups you might want to represent. And so how do you find partners in the planning process who are going to help you reach the most sort of diverse group of people, or the sort of really get into the communities that you're trying to get into? And then plan is taking both of those, right, your partners and your plan, and figuring out like what is it that you actually want to do. Do you want to conduct a survey? Do you want to host a meeting? Do you want to do a deliberation event where people like learn and then discuss? And so thinking about the huge range of tools there are where you like, and different structures for bringing people together. And the idea is that you can use all of the things you came up with in the initiate step to find the type of method that is going to give you the kind of information that you can actually use. So it's really pairing the method with the purpose. So I want to do some like actual planning. So let's start with initiate. And really like, let's start to clarify when we use these words like engaging with youth, right? Or getting information from youth, like what do we actually mean? And so the idea is identifying purpose and goals. So what we're going to do, one of the handouts you have is what we have an intake form that we think of as like our initiate questionnaire. This is a much shortened version. I pulled out some of the kind of highlight questions. So it's the, Wednesday, you can hold it up because I see it in your hand. Yes, perfect, thank you. It's the one that looks like that. So it's a set of questions that ask you just to think through the sort of purpose and goals and constraints. And one of the things that I just want you to have in the back of your mind is different goals are going to be relevant at different times in the policymaking process. So it's not like you are only going to have one set of goals. And so in the very first question, the sort of what are you trying to do? You might, all of the things, you might be trying to do all of the things. That's fine, right? You can at this point have a really big agenda, but different types of engagement are going to be relevant at different times depending on what you're trying to do. And so I find this sort of image to be really helpful. Right? If we think really big, like kind of high level of what the policy process looks like, we're setting the agenda, right? We're sort of deciding like what are the range of things we want to do. We're then trying to understand the problems, right? Really dig into like what is that problem? How does it play out? For whom does it play out? Then we're trying to find solutions, right? How might we address the problem? And within each of those, there's sort of a like an opening up phase and then a refining phase. The opening up phase is where we're trying to get like as broad as we can, right? Get all of the information, really detail everything about the problem. Then we want to refine, right? We want to take all of that and bring it down to something manageable. Same with solutions, right? There's a creating phase where we're trying to like really get broad to come up with all the possible solutions. And then there's a choosing phase where we're trying to refine. And so trying to figure out, like, am I in agenda setting, problem definition, or solutions? And am I in the exploring phase or the refining phase in each of those, right? So trying to just keep sort of a piece of that. I would say right now you're in all the phases, which is a hard place to be. It's a world of opportunity, but it also can be really overwhelming. So part of what we're going to try and do is just like wrap our heads around sort of how to start unpacking all of the options. Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do is spend maybe like 10 minutes working just with the person next to you. And I want you to actually like write down things on the intake form. Just start working your way through some of those questions. And I can read off the questions for the people online. And Melanie, I will send you the handout so that you can look at it. But I want you just to sort of think through these questions. Happy to answer questions, but there's no right or wrong answers right now. It really is just starting to take everything that's been swirling in your heads and in the conversations you've had and get really concrete about what you're trying to do. So yeah, just turn to the people next to you. You guys can work in a 3 if you want, or Wednesday you can work with Tamisha. Cool, take a couple minutes.
That's what I say. It's Mars.
Definitely. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so we're gonna come circle back to this, but wanted you to at least start thinking about, so at least the way that we're thinking about some of these things. And this is the like, sometimes it is actually amazing how hard it is to like really concretely think about your purpose. We think of civic engagement like it's just good. It's just good to hear from people and to engage with people. Like, why? What are you trying to do? And I think the more that you guys can get really specific about what is the purpose, and purpose is not global, it's very specific anytime you are reaching out. So we could even think through like, what is the purpose of the meet and greets that you do? On the, you know, like what are you hoping to accomplish and how could you improve the structure, right? Because there's always ways to improve. Like, how could you structure those so that they meet the purpose? And purpose should be two-way, right? It should be what are we trying to accomplish through those engagements and what are we offering through those engagements, right? Purpose should be shared purpose with the people you are engaging. So we'll just keep talking about this and we'll come back to this worksheet. But I want to think a little bit about this sort of second step, right? So once we have our a kind of clear vision of purpose and goals. We've thought about kind of constraints and context. Then we can think about this question of like, who do we want to partner with? And generally, like, it's always good for government and community to partner together in order to do civic engagement, because there are going to be things that you all don't know about the local context. And it's been great to see how you're partnering, in some of the kind of communities you're going into, where you can find an organization that can host you in their space. And right, that's a partnership. It's a way of thinking about just by virtue of partnering with a known entity, you're building trust, right? You're saying, we respect that we don't know everything about San Diego and that we aren't on the ground in San Diego. And so let's partner with an organization in San Diego whose name might be known to people in the room and who they're going to be comfortable with. And let's really like come in as a partnership to do this kind of hosted event. I think that's how to think about this mobilize step, is like, what other kinds of partners do you want to bring in, particularly in your statewide work, that are going to help you navigate all of the places that you don't necessarily have sort of pre-built trust or name recognition or expertise on some of the communities that you all don't represent. And so one of the things I know that you all have been talking about is this idea of starting with partnerships with existing local commissions. Which I think is a great idea of sort of how do you reach out to those commissions that might be doing work that you guys can bring together, that you can build on, that you can learn from, that you can help lift up and support. But there's lots of different ways of thinking about different organizations you might partner with. So this is the California Association of Youth Commissions. The most recent available data on their website is from 2022, but they have this handy little mapper where you can look and see kind of what are the commissions. So this is all the youth commissions that were part of their association in 2022. But there's lots of starting points. So one of the things that I think would be useful to talk about is, particularly as you start to think about statewide outreach, let's start with commissions, right? How do you want to approach and work with other youth commissions? What are the types of shared purpose that you might have? And what ultimately are the things that you have to offer them, the things that they might have to offer you, and the things that you could do together in order to inform both of your work. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. So let's start there. Sort of thinking about each of your intake tools, and we could just do this as a group. Let's start with commissions as a potential partner. How might you want to bring them in?
As we travel to each area respectively, reaching out to those commissions and inviting them into these spaces, into our meetings, into our meet and greets, so that when we are possibly, having panels during meet and greets, we can bring in those other commissions and hear their voice, hear what has been going on locally, and get that perspective from the grassroots organizers in the area. I mean, they know best, so.
Excellent. Okay, so and when you think about like where on the sort of set of purposes, like what really concretely are the things that you could do with that, right? So you bring them in and you hear what they're doing. What are the sorts of things that would be kind of takeaways from that? How might it inform your work?
As a new commission, we've talked about this before, we're not reinventing the wheel. So learning from them and finding out what types of engagement have worked for them as a local commission. Are there things that we can emulate, things that we can learn from them and take from that? And also, are there any cautionary tales that they have, things that did not go well with their engagement, and their just general organizational strategies, or how they planned meetings, or if they have any great ideas, like here's the best way to reach out to our local officials, our mayors, our council members, because they might already have great avenues for that. They already have a lot of these connections, so we don't need to go through the process of making all of these different connections if there's pre-existing commissions that we can partner with through that have their own respective networks.
Okay, so one of the things that, and I'm putting this together with a comment that you made earlier, is like, so could you imagine co-creating the sort of principles of youth engagement with the other commissions, and then saying this is a product of the Youth Empowerment Commission and Commission X, who gave us their time and expertise, and we co-created this with other youth commissions across the state, right? That's a really tangible thing that you can do together that will benefit both of you. I love the idea of learning, right? So again, sort of bringing their expertise in and recognizing that they can teach you. And then I think that there's a lot that you can teach them. And so thinking about how you do that two-way learning of what can you offer them in terms of, and maybe it's like, as you guys build out relationships with legislators, you can say like, tell us the two things you want to make sure that we communicate about. I don't know why San Diego keeps coming to mind. I think because that's the last time I saw you guys. Like what do you want us to convey to, you know, our kind of at the state level that is like the two things that are really on your mind as a commission, and how can we lift that up for you or with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to really briefly put in there the civic learning aspect. There's a lot of these commissions, and after perusing some of their websites and pages, I noticed that they have a huge focus on creating toolkits like the one I just mentioned earlier. So yeah, partnering with them to have that conversation and also have conversations within ourselves about our priority of civic learning is going to be really beneficial, connecting with these commissions and finding out what they already have gathered.
Love that.
Yeah, and I think beyond just inviting existing commissions to our meetings, we could also be proactive as commissioners in going to attend local meetings. Speaking of the two-way conversation, so then we're taking some of the burden of going to their meeting and learning what they're doing, and we can bring that back as individual commissioners to this commission.
I love that idea. Yeah, I mean, if each of you were to commit to like attending meetings in of whatever commissions are located near you, so that you could then start a running kind of document of all of the things you're hearing from the commissions that you can help represent. I think that's again a great sort of two-way win-win sort of partnership.
I kind of see this as like a, I guess, two-pronged approach. There's like the introduction, the establishment of the partnership, because we are new, and so I think it's important to like formally introduce ourselves. But the second part would be the maintenance of that partnership, and so what that would look like, at least in the intro phase, would be like meeting with their director, meeting with their pro staff, administering, and then in those conversations, administering that commission's capacity and recognizing, okay, there's a clear delineation between this is local, this is for you, but like what are the hurdles at the state level that we can pick up on? So it's like you still focus on the local and we'll, I guess, take the lead on the state. Of course, recognizing your priorities and like you mentioned, like what are the two things we can communicate? So they have that resource of we're not too burdened with this local and state. Their priority is the local. But also I really liked Commissioner Mee's idea. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. I kind of see a lot of dots, at least in the NorCal area where we are, and I recognize it's 2022. But then I look at the audience and I think there's a disconnect. Again, recognizing 2025 versus 2022 data. But I think as a state commission, we can divide and conquer. I think we have different understandings of different communities throughout California. And so like if we do divide and conquer and certain commissioners focus on youth commissions in Southern California or in San Diego or in the Berkeley area, et cetera. And that would also form into like the maintenance part of like those partnerships have been established and we're just maintaining them regardless of whatever person is in that position.
Yeah. I mean, think about the difference between inviting people to give public comment at your meetings and really co-creating space to share ideas, right? That's like a world of difference. Years ago, under the Obama White House, they had like a community outreach office. And the whole job of the community outreach office was to hold kind of monthly listening sessions. I mean, to do lots of things, but one of the things they did was just set up standing time for all of these organizations that represented lots of different communities to talk to them, to talk with them, right? So really having kind of systematic ways to engage in conversation that aren't like these one way, like show up and give us comment, but are like, we will come to you to engage in meaningful two-way conversation. And that's a really different way of thinking about kind of hearing from people is co-creation and collaboration.
Thank you for this data. Is my mic on? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, thank you for this data. It's very interesting. For one, I wasn't aware there's a California Association of Youth Commission.
Neither.
Yeah, so that's really helpful to know. And then looking at the data, to the points of other commissioners, I'd love to dive into this data, but looking at the coverage, I imagine there are several counties, cities, areas within California that don't have current youth commissions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I have a couple ideas on how we could engage with youth commissions. I loved what you said about two-way exchanges. I think that's really important. One, as we're relatively nascent and we're still learning as a commission on how to operate, how to create our own outreach. But two, I think there's a lot that we could offer given that we are the first statewide commission in California, and I think in the United States, to these commissions to help their own efforts. So a couple ideas I have is one, I think, and it's very important for our commission to serve as a bridge for existing youth commissions. I mean, for example, this nonprofit here, California Association of Youth Commission, serves as that bridge, and I think we could further amplify that. So a couple ideas I have is one, for example, we could source ideas from other commissions. What are their priorities? What are they working on? And connect them with each other. For example, I grew up in the city of Fremont here in the Bay Area. If the City of Fremont Youth Commission is working on 3 relevant priority areas, and then the City of Oakland Youth Commission is also working on very similar ideas, but they don't really talk to each other, we could serve as that bridge as a statewide commission. Second is, I think it'd be really amazing if we could either directly through this commission or through another nonprofit such as this one, create a conference inviting all the leaders of various youth commissions and their commissioners to come together and discuss the ideas and the priorities they're working on, as well as some of the common challenges that they're facing in youth advocacy across the state. Third, based on this data, I think it's clear that there are gaps in terms of youth commissions across the state. So I'd love to find out if there are any organizations, grassroots efforts, youth in particular cities who are currently trying to stand up a commission or in the process of that and have faced difficulty in doing that. If we could all come together, not just our commission, but bring together all the commissions on this map, whether it be a petition or formally going to the city hall of that state, showing up and advocating for creating a commission in those states. So those are 3 ideas on acting as a bridge. I think also, and starting new commissions, I think another really important one is providing access. So that's one for us to be able to reach all the local high schools, colleges, and areas that these commissions are tasked with overseeing. And I think that's a great way for us to amplify our efforts because we can only really have one meeting every 1 to 2 months, and that too in various cities. So this is a great way for us to do that. I think something our commission could do is create a subcommittee within our commission dedicated to creating and fostering and continuing these partnerships with other commissions. Another thing that I think we could provide is if a lot of these commissions, I imagine that they're trying to create change insofar as creating a bill in the legislature, in the Senate, or reach their elected official or elected officials around the area. And they're having trouble expanding or really creating, that kind of, they're having trouble creating that kind of movement or in actually expanding beyond their scope, let's say it's a county or city commission. I think that's somewhere we could really help, potentially making an introduction with other commissions, with assembly members, or even inviting them to speak here at this forum. So there's a couple ideas.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of a summit, right? A youth commission summit. And, in addition to creating a set of principles for youth engagement, you could create a toolkit and you could look if any of these commissions have already created toolkits, sort of thinking about their experience. You could aggregate across those and create a toolkit for setting up youth commissions. And then you could proactively share them with those like big spots on the map where there currently aren't. And one of your goals as a commission could be within the next 5 years, everywhere that currently doesn't have a commission has one. Right? That's not crazy if that's where you decide you want to spend your time and energy. And I think it's a great way of thinking about like how do you, to this institution building question, how do you set up commissions? How do you make sure that they are well supported? And then how do you network them? So that they're really thinking about at all levels, right? Local, regional, state, national, global. What does it really look like to have youth power?
Dr. Lerman, so where can we find the updated data, or how can we go
Excellent
about?
question. I will find out. Yes. I mean, I'm sure it exists. It's probably just not mappable. But yeah, like if this is a route you decide to go, I will find out and I will report back.
Just want to chime in. I have reached out. There was recently a summit, if you will. So I am trying to learn what came of that and just connect with the leadership of the Association for Youth Commissions.
Speaking of reports, and I really liked Commissioner Victoria's idea of having a summit. That was also something that I thought would be really beneficial. I think it would be helpful to have some sort of larger commission newsletter across the state where perhaps each commission after their meetings could create some sort of highlights of what they did during the meeting, what their objectives are, what deliverables they're still working on, so that people throughout that aren't actively part of the commission, and then also us as state commissioners could see perhaps how we might be able to step in with resources or accountability, whatnot. And I think it would also give greater incentive for people across the state to be able to learn about different regions, areas of focuses.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I even think so, you know, there's so many different levels of that. You could think about like just making sure that every youth commission meeting minutes are archived somewhere centrally so that you can look at the meeting minutes, that they're searchable so that you could say like, you know, in the last year, how many commissions like talked about mental health at all, right? And so that you could just like quickly get data from those. You could also do some multimedia stuff, right? You could do a newsletter that has highlights that could be interactive, right? So there's lots of different ways of sort of centralizing the information about what all of these commissions are doing that you could imagine being really useful.
To build on Commissioner Yee's point on the newsletter, I think that's a great idea. And one thing I was thinking about is like one of the biggest issues, and this is an issue for me personally growing up. I first got involved when I was 12 years old on a local mayoral campaign. I didn't really know where to get involved, what to do. I just knew that there were important reasons for me to get involved. For example, I didn't see any youth in politics or in public service, especially where I grew up in the Bay Area. I didn't see any Indian Americans or Asian Americans in public service or government as well. So I got involved on a local mayoral campaign and just started knocking on doors. And like I said, no idea what I was doing, but I started learning more about the process. And I think the real barrier for me at the time, and for a lot of my peers before they got involved in high school and later on in college, was where do I start and what do I do? Right. So I think newsletter is incredibly helpful. I think what would be a really great product of the summit or of this coalition is a central website that basically allows any youth, high school, college, or younger, to learn how they can get involved. For example, imagine hopping on anywhere in California and being like, these are all the commissions, and you put in your zip code. This is the commission in the area. This is your elected official. These are different organizations working on XYZ. This is how you can get involved. The application process for this commission ends this time. I think finding that data is incredibly hard. So if we can aggregate that through a newsletter, through a summit, and then through a central website, I think that'll be extremely helpful.
Yeah, no, I love that. And so being able to, you know, think about, again, perfect world, right? You could search like, what are all the opportunities in, you know, mental health for youth in Fremont? If I want to get involved, like show me what meetings I should go to or what organizations locally are working on it that are currently looking for youth volunteers. I mean, you could imagine some kind of portal that really helps connect young people to the issues that they care about in the localities where they live and aggregating that across all of these commissions that might have that information.
I think a huge, and apologies that my brain is already on barriers, but I think about the barriers of capacity within this state commission.
Yes.
And as we reached out to a lot of these commissions that are more local, there's a lot of issues with funding capacity. If we really support these young people with reaching out, I think we need to focus on the capacity side of who's going to receive them, who's going to invest in their development, and who's going to continue to engage them throughout the process. So maybe a twofold process of preparing the young people, but also supporting the local commissions and CBOs with receiving and supporting them as well.
Yeah, I mean, and you'll note that we did purpose and goals and that we never got to context and constraints, but those are, you know, those are in that packet. And thinking about like, what is your capacity? You know, we're right now, again, going back to this really critical, like what part of the policy process are we in? Right, we are in the opening up brainstorming, but you cannot do everything. And so really thinking about like what is your capacity? And that's like time and staff and funding. And how do you then refine and choose? Right. And thinking about like which of these things ultimately are going to be the things you want to focus on that you can deliver on at the level of quality that you all will want to deliver on it. So know that we are very much right now in the exploring and creating phase. But we won't get out of here until we do the refining and choosing phase as well.
Yeah, kind of building on that, I was going to say that in the future approach that we take on, I think in an ideal world, we would be able to at least promise something, or if not directly compensate the communities we interact with money, like make a deliverable and like actionable promise to potentially take their priorities to the state, or do something concrete and like make sure that our commission isn't just like a standing body that's draining their resources by entering the space and then like subsequently having them talk into the void and then us just preach at them. Because I think often the model of our commission as it stands right now can take on that kind of preachy approach rather than an interactive approach. So having a structured way to be able to actually bridge that gap or create a network or do something tangible with their ideas, I think would be really important. But obviously there's constraints of time, turnaround, and obviously labor.
Yeah, that is a great segue. And I will, I just want to make sure that we get, how much time do we have? What time are we supposed to?
11:30.
11:30. Okay. So there is so much more that we can talk about. But I want to make sure that we get to this question of like, what is the concrete next step for exploring some of this, like really practically thinking. And one of the things that I think might be really useful to you all is just to think about like, what are the initial things you want to know? And we think of this as like landscape analysis or context mapping about kind of youth, about existing youth commissions, and about existing commissioners at the local level. Right? Those are three people who are in this sort of outreach zone. And one of the kind of really practical things that you all need to do is produce what is it, like an annual report, a first year report, a progress report, right? Something that comes from the commission that's like, this is how we're level setting. This is where we're going. This is what we've done in our sort of first year as a commission. And one of the things that it seems like might be really useful is to be able to lift up sort of what are the priorities of existing commissions? What do they want from your commission? What are the priorities of youth and how are you reflecting those priorities? What are the experiences of youth? Some of that exists, but a lot of it doesn't. And so really trying to think about kind of collecting that information. And that's a really practical thing that I think might be a really useful thing we could do, even kind of between now and your next meeting. So what I want to talk about a little, and I'm going to ask you actually to get up and do a little brainstorming. If you were to put a survey or a collection of surveys into the field, right? Let's say that we could do a survey of all of the existing youth commissions that asks them to report on the activities of the commission, all of the existing commissioners asking them sort of what they do and what their experience is and, you know, what they are seeing. And then just like a representative sample of youth from across the state where you would get really like, this is harder than it sounds, but where you'd get really good diversity. So I want to talk just briefly about sort of thinking about the kinds of surveys that you might put out there or the kinds of data collection. Surveys is one very specific type of data collection. It should always be like a level setting, not an end of itself, right? It is a very one-way collection of information. But when you do it well, it's a promise you make, right? About taking whatever comes out of that survey and using it for something. And in your case, it's probably using it for thinking about like, you know, what kind of summit would you want to hold? Or what kinds of support could you provide to those commissions? Or what can you learn from commissioners about their experience that could inform how you all approach your work as commissioners? So with all of that in mind, really thinking about what kind of just information, what kinds of questions you might want to ask. There are two types of survey questions, or two big buckets, right? One is open-ended questions that just say like, what are you seeing? What are you experiencing? What do you think about this issue, right? And just letting people talk. Then there's closed-ended fixed response questions. These are the, here's a set of priority issues, rank these issues for me. Or, here's a set of topics that we might address at a summit. Of these, choose the one that is the most important to you. And so it gives people a fixed response set. There's also, and I'll share these slides with you all, but when you're thinking about the types of questions you might ask, there's lots of different types of concepts that you might want to get at. And, good surveys to choose some subset of these or do all of them, depending on what kind of information you're trying to get. The most common questions that get asked are like opinion questions, perceptions, values, right? This is the typical, like trying to understand people's perspectives or their attitudes and opinions, right? We call it an opinion survey. So these are questions like, what do you think are the most important issues young people face today? And that could be a closed-ended question or an open-ended question, depending on whether you want to give them a sort of a predetermined set or whether you just want them to brainstorm. But there's also behavior and experience questions. So this is less tell me what you think about a thing than tell me sort of what you have done or experienced. And so, and tell me a little bit about that experience. So these are like, have you ever questions? Like, have you ever been part of a youth commission? Have you ever gone to a youth commission meeting? Have you ever attended a city hall meeting? Have you ever, advanced a policy issue to your school or your principal? As well as sort of what was that experience like, right? When you did that. What made it a positive experience or what made it a negative experience? So it's trying to dig into the sorts of experiences people have had, and this might also be life experience. Have you ever experienced some period of homelessness, or have you ever experienced a period of time where you really didn't know what kind that you'd have access to food, right? Whatever it is that you want, or have you ever experienced depression or anxiety, to get a sense of what kind of the range of experiences that people are having. There's feelings questions, right? This is sort of an emotions. Which of these emotions did you experience, right? Was it scary? Was it, right? Did it bring joy? Did it make you angry? These can be really powerful to try and get a sense of the sorts of emotions that people are bringing, and you compare these with the behavior experiences, right? So did you experience X? What were your feelings about that, right? So you compare those together. There's knowledge, right? Have you ever heard of the Youth Empowerment Commission? Do you know what the issues that the Youth Empowerment Commission is focusing on? You always have to be careful with knowledge questions because you run the risk of making people feel nervous that they're going to give the wrong answer. So generally when we ask knowledge questions, we say, lots of people don't know, but we're just curious if you've ever heard of the Youth Empowerment Commission. So you want to be careful about wording those questions because there are right and wrong answers to knowledge questions, but they can be really valuable of just getting a sense of like who, if part of your goal is getting the word out that you exist as a new commission, like where have people heard about you? And one of the things you might ask is like, where did you get that information? So if people have heard of the Youth Empowerment Commission, like where did you hear about us? Did you visit our website? Did you get an email? Did you hear about it from your local commission? That's going to tell you a lot about where people are hearing things and how you might target some of your messaging. There's sensory, right? So asking people to describe sort of in detail what they see around them, what they experience around them, and there's a whole set of like really powerful things you can do with sensory information of like helping people understand like what is the experience of being a young person, say, who has to walk into a school where they don't feel safe in the morning, right? Really trying to get at some of that experience. And then there's just like background and demographics, and that's going to help you understand both who's taking your survey, where it is representative and not representative, as well as really thinking about how all of these other questions vary across different kinds of social groups. And so thinking about like, if you want to know experiences by educational background or experiences by race and ethnicity, that's going to be really helpful for helping you break down. So what I want to ask you to do is just do a little brainstorming together. So I've put up some big sticky notes. I also put this like survey design concept types right above these notes. There's a marker on the floor in front of each of these. And what I'd like you to do is just brainstorm as you walk along these. Like, what are the sorts of questions you might, and don't worry too much about the question wording. It doesn't have to be like a fully thought out question. It can be just a like topic area. But for each of them, really thinking about, if you were going to ask some questions of commissioners who sit on youth commissions across the state, what might you want to know from them? If you were going to ask questions for the commissioners about their commission, right? So say you were going to do a subset of surveys of the, whoever staffs the commission, and you're going to say, okay, I want to know the following things about your existing youth commission. Like, do you hold in-person meetings? How many people come to your meetings? Where do you currently advertise to let people know about your meetings? Do you have an online presence? Do you run surveys of your folks? Just anything you might want to know about the actual commissions. And then youth. And this can be questions you would want to ask of youth across the state, of particular subsets of youth. But think of that as like, okay, what are the things that you would want to ask California youth about how they want to be represented, what their priorities and preferences are, what kinds of things they're experiencing, how they might want to, be involved with either their local commission or your commission, right? Where they want to get information from you. If you provided a portal for them to, engage with you in some way, would they come? And if so, like, what are the things they would want to see? So really just think broadly. We're fully in brainstorming mode still, but I'm asking you to get up and just, I think 2 of you can just start at each paper and just spend a couple of minutes really just tossing stuff up on there, and then we'll talk through it.
Dr. Lerman, quick
Yes.
question. Just so we set the right level of questions, out of curiosity, how many questions could you feasibly put on a survey? Let's say to a commissioner.
That's a great question. Generally, the more questions you put on there, the more daunting it is, and the fewer people take it. So there's no like right number of questions. Generally the process I go through is brainstorm everything, then prioritize. Right? What are the things you really want to know? And I prioritize by like what is the thing we're going to do with this information, right? And so some of it'll be like, if you decide summit's the way you want to go, prioritize questions that help inform what you're going to do for a summit. If what you want is to figure out, like, do the priority areas we have selected match the priority areas of different groups of young people, like prioritize that. So right now I would say like the more the merrier, and then we'll figure out how to prioritize. And some of it might be like you pick a subset of questions and then you do rolling surveys, particularly if you start to establish really good relationships with the commissions and the commissioners. You could say, like, let's roll this out every quarter and let's do a short survey every quarter. And we'll put 10 questions. It's just every quarter you answer 10 questions. You get people into that routine. If it's more like this is our one opportunity, then you want to do more questions, and you want to because you're only going to do it once every year, and you want to make sure you get all of your questions on there. So that was a non-answer because there is no like fully specific answer. It depends.
I would like to add, with surveying, there's an effective formula. So I've been tricked into doing 30-minute surveys because I was offered a $5 gift card. And if it's 30 minutes and it says it's 30 minutes, I probably won't do it if I'm not getting something from it. If it's 5 minutes, I'll probably do it. Yep. So the amount of questions that people are able or willing to complete or tolerate is entirely based on their motivation to do so. So I've found that series of short surveys are a lot more likely to get answered than one long survey.
Absolutely. And there's different kinds of incentives, right? So there's monetary incentives, which is like, I am fully just asking, like, and again, this goes back to like, is it a two-way street? Are you offering them something like, the information from this survey is going to be used to improve your life in this really concrete and specific way? People are more likely to answer that without compensation. If it's like, you're doing me a favor and giving me some information that I need to do my job, then you have to compensate people, right? So really thinking about like what you're offering them versus is this really like they're giving you something, and then you need to figure out how to compensate them in return. So this is all related to the, like, what will you do with this and why should people take this survey?
I just had a quick clarifying question on the survey towards other youth commissions. Do we imagine that would be sent out to all members of each youth commission? Would the chair of each commission be responding on behalf of the entire commission, or would it be sent to like the director? Like,
Yeah,
I'm just curious the specific audience.
Totally open question. I think it will depend. That's going to be the answer to every question. Professors are so annoying. We're always like, it depends. It's sort of conditional. Here, I would say, like, think about the commissioner questions as if you are questions that you would want to ask each individual member of every commission. Think about the commission questions as somebody answering on behalf of the commission. And maybe that's like the executive director of the commission, maybe it's the chair of the commission. And so I would separate the questions that way of like, what do you want to know from each individual commissioner that might vary within commissions? And what do you want to know about commissions that are going to be like same answer that because it's about the organization?
I don't know if this is confusing, but I would say just ask what you want to know. And then we figure out where does it go, seriously, because I think you
Yes.
guys have a very unique position and you need very unique information. So let's figure out who is best equipped to respond based on what you feel would benefit.
Yeah, don't screen anything out
Yeah.
at this stage.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
let's get everything up there.
Yes.
Something else is that a lot of commissions are structured differently, so they do have like their own ad hoc groups. They have little subcommittees. So where these questions will be directed could entirely depend on each commission. So likelihood is we would just send it out to their executive directors or their chairs, and then from there it would be sent to the appropriate bodies or individuals who are working within that commission. So yeah, let's just get the questions down.
Yeah, and I could imagine sending a survey that says to the chair or what have you. It says like, would the chair answer these first 5 questions, and then please distribute these last 5 questions to every member of your commission. So don't think of them as mutually exclusive. Okay, let's do it. Just get up and brainstorm. Grab a pen.
10 minutes, please.
10 minutes. Yes.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I'm gonna go into the restroom really quickly. Be right back.
Sorry. You're gonna do some of the legislation pieces. Nope, that works. Or we have a. Commissioners, if you could wrap up your final thoughts and return back to the dais, please. Virtually writing, got some good questions out. We're about to wrap up. If you can, if you need to go. Yeah.
Okay, so next steps on this, I'm gonna take all of the questions that you all put together. I'm gonna mock up a survey. I'm gonna send it all out to you by email, and then we can iterate on it. So we'll start with these questions. You'll see them in like a kind of a survey format, so that you can actually go in and play around and make and comment in the doc, like in the draft. We use a platform called Qualtrics, which is like a survey platform. And so you'll see kind of a link to that in your email. And then hopefully we can actually kind of get something ready to launch.
I just had a quick question about
Yes.
like the possibility to do in-person surveying and like whether that would be an option and like if there's areas where there's like a high number of commissions, like potentially doing in-person surveys at like certain events. I know that adds like more labor, more energy and like a cost, potential cost, but just wanted to ask if that would be an option in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, I think everything is an option. It's just a question of figuring out how to do it and prioritize and come up with the resources. So some of it's going to depend on what you all want to prioritize, and then what you want to spend your time and energy on. So I think one thing we might think about is actually sort of starting with a baseline survey that we can send out via email, and then thinking about like if there are, and one of the questions you might ask on the survey of the kind of the commissions is, would they be interested in partnering on something in person in their locality? And I think that's completely on the table if you want to put sort of use this as a launching point to a next thing. And we can talk about the pros and cons of in-person versus digital. There are definitely pros and cons. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break, yeah? We'll take a quick 10-minute break and then come back and keep going. Thank you all. And pens will stay there. So really over lunch, all day, if you come up with other things, other questions, feel free to add more sticky notes. Use this throughout the day as things occur to you that you want to add so that we can make sure we just are continuing to generate everything that's on your minds. Thanks, guys.
We are going to take a brief recess and we will return at 11:46.
Director Wallace, do we have the ability to use our commission budget in any way to provide a financial incentive for these surveys? One, do we have that amount of spare budget? So we need it. Understood. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay. Yeah. I, yeah. So that makes sense. We have a we structurally cannot.
Commissioners, if you could please return to your seats, we are going to resume momentarily. This meeting is called back to order at 11:49 a.m. Our next agenda item is strategic planning, discussion, mission, vision, and values, led by our strategic planning facilitator, Raven Tahara. This discussion comes at a pivotal point in our strategic planning process. Before we engage in our final strategic planning workshop later today, this discussion provides an opportunity for the Commission to begin working with draft mission, vision, and core values, created based on the Commission's strategic planning workshop discussions over these past 4 months. This discussion will ask commissioners for reactions and feedback on these initial drafts. As a reminder, our strategic planning feedback process will continue through November. So while we begin feedback discussions today, the commission and public will have multiple opportunities for further feedback in the future. Raven, I will turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Chair Pope. So we are going to bring up a slide in a moment that says Commission Discussion and Feedback. And on there you will find a draft mission statement, excuse me, a draft vision statement, and draft core values. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to call on someone to read something, if you would indulge me. And you'll read, like, I'll say, so-and-so, read our draft mission statement. And that way we get all the voices in the room as quickly as possible. So let's see, let's start with draft mission statement. Let's see here, I've got my seating chart. So let's see, I would love to hear from Sarah Yee. Commissioner Yee, could you read the draft mission statement, just that first line at the top? Okay, take 2 with Mike.
All right. To amplify the voices and leadership of California's youth, especially those from marginalized communities, by shaping policy, fostering civic engagement, and advancing equitable access to opportunities that promote youth well-being and power.
Thank you. And let's see, Commissioner Shea, could you read draft vision statement, the second line?
I'm gonna try my best. I can't see it too well from here.
Oh, and you might also have a printout. That's a good cheat sheet.
A
Thanks.
California where all young people are empowered to lead, influence policy, and thrive in systems that are just, inclusive, and responsive to their lived experiences and futures.
Thank you. Okay, now we've got 6 core values, so we'll kind of bounce around the room for that. So let's start with, we'll go in this order. We'll go top left and then lower left, and then we'll just keep going columns that way. All right, so let's see, who can we pick on next? How about Commissioner Trevor? Let's hear from you for their first core value.
All right, our first core value is youth power and leadership. We center youth as decision makers, visionaries, and architects of the policies and systems that affect their lives.
Thank you. And the next one, let's hear from Commissioner Jessica. Collaboration and partnership.
Collaboration and partnership. We build intentionally impactful partnerships that leverage local knowledge, uplift youth-serving organizations, and avoid duplication of efforts.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Madison, if we could have you read our next one.
Equity and inclusion, we prioritize the voices of historically marginalized youth and address systemic barriers to ensure all young people have access to meaningful opportunities.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from Commissioner Raj for our next one.
Yeah, fourth core value, technology and accountability. We're committed to clear communication, follow through, and measuring our impact with integrity.
Thank you. Okay, trying to make sure I get everybody. Commissioner Andrea, could we hear from you for the next?
Authentic engagement. We believe civic participation should be sustained, supported, and rooted in real impact, not tokenism or one-time input.
Thank you. And finally, Commissioner Brianna, if you could do the last one, please.
Again?
Oh, Adelina? Sorry, I did a seating chart when we got here and then people moved.
No worries. Prevention and proactive solutions. We advocate for policies that prevent crises before they occur, focusing on root causes and long-term well-being.
All right, thank you. That worked out pretty well. Okay, so now that we've read through them, I have a few questions for you. And anyone can answer this, but what words or phrases stood out for you as we read through those? What words or phrases stood out?
Tokenism.
I'm sorry?
Tokenism.
Tokenism, thank you.
I underlined avoid duplication.
Thanks.
I liked root causes and long-term well-being.
Thank you.
Meaningful opportunities.
Thank you.
We prioritize the voices of historically marginalized youth.
Thank you.
Systemic barriers.
Thank you.
Avoiding duplication of efforts.
Thank you. Yeah, we've heard that a couple times.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was just too easy. Avoiding duplication. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Raven's back. Okay, so what parts reminded you of the work that we've done together so far? You should see a lot of your words from our former sessions embedded in these items.
Centering youth as decision makers, especially when we're coming up with, I think it was our mission statement, I believe it was.
I think the practical vision, that was
The
one of
focus
them.
question, excuse me,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that was definitely
yes.
youth as input.
Thank you.
Impactful, intentionally impactful partnerships.
Exactly. Thank you.
One that stood out to me was uplifting youth-serving organizations.
Thank you.
The avoiding duplication of efforts.
Now we have an ongoing inside joke. That's great. Okay. Okay. Anything else that reminded you of work that we've done together so far?
That civic participation should be sustained, supported, and rooted in real impact.
Thank you. Okay. So looking over this, what was really clear? What was really clear? No one would have to explain it to you if you hadn't been there.
I think the centering of youth was very clear throughout all core values, the mission statement and the vision statement, which I appreciated.
Thank you.
I think, not to be vague, but, or broad, but I think it was clear, like, who we are as a commission and what our values are. And I think that really came across for me.
Thank you.
I really liked that we have to amplify the voices and leadership of California's youth, indicating that leadership is really important.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go for the flip side of really clear. What seems like it needs a little more work?
I would say the core values, specifically technology and accountability, because I was a little bit confused about where technology comes into that. So potentially revising the sentence under that or replacing technology with another word like transparency.
Thank you. Anything else that needs a little more work?
This might be just personal unclarification, but a little bit more on prevention and not so much proactive solutions, but more the prevention part, specifying what we're preventing and saying crises, because that encompasses a lot in itself. So being a little bit more specific.
Thank you.
I think it'd be useful, whether in these set of values and statements or elsewhere, to define what youth is. Because when someone looks at this, people have varying definitions. And for example, young professionals may not fall into the definition of youth, but they do fall into our definition of youth.
Thank you.
To add on to that, I would also say long-term well-being was a bit unclear to me because like how long-term are we talking about?
Thank you. Anything else that needs more work?
I would maybe say something about not just the organizations, but the people that serve you. So like their families, and other community that support them.
Thank
To
you.
second that, I don't see any mention of parents anywhere, which I think is really important that we mention the familial aspect of the efforts that we're doing.
Thank you. Anything else that needs work? Because this is the draft. So it's our first round. And it's okay if there's not. Demisha, you look like you were getting ready to say something.
I'm trying to figure out my wording on it, but thinking about certain words that are high profile right now, is there another way to clearly lay out what we mean by equitable access? What exactly does that mean for all youth in California?
I would term that as meeting people where they are, and ensuring that people are getting their own unique needs met to improve access. And I feel like there's a way for us to concisely word that so that we can avoid just generalizing the word equity and be more specific and focused.
All right, thank you.
If there's a way to interweave somewhere, potentially adding something how we are rooted in action or like we are a commission that does not aim to exist in name only, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Madison, where do you think that would be a value, or should we add that in mission or vision?
I'll leave that open. I think can be either or, but I'd love to hear what other people think.
Absolutely.
I think that would fit in the technology and accountability. And I really like what you were saying earlier about perhaps changing technology to be transparency.
Something with collaboration and partnership, which I feel like we didn't necessarily touch on. We talked a lot about knowledge sharing and civic learning, but we had just discussed a little bit earlier about the possibility of us doing granting and supporting in those types of efforts. So like what we actively or proactively with other organizations collaborating and providing what support we can via grants or other supports. That hasn't really been mentioned, and I feel like that's a core part of what we can do as a commission in the scope of what's available to us resource-wise.
Building on Chair Pope's comment, the language is impactful partnerships that leverage local knowledge. I think it would be nice if we could add specific words around either serving as a bridge or providing access to them to signify it's a two-way street. I understand, like right after we do mention uplift youth serving organizations, but we don't really specify how. So access could be a good one.
I second that.
Any other thoughts for improvement?
The only other area I could think of potentially adding something is under youth power and leadership. Technically could also be an authentic engagement. So it reads as we center youth as decision makers, visionaries, and architects of the policy and systems that affect our lives. I love that. One thing I was thinking about, we could or could not add this, is preparing youth for continued service, as in as future leaders, elected officials, preparing them for and encouraging them to seek positions of elected office down the road.
On the side of authentic engagement as well, I would like to add that we do talk about how civic participation should be sustained, supported, and rooted in real impact. But a part of that that we had kind of discussed earlier was the financial compensation and the real, enabling youth into these spaces. And I feel like specifying that and being a little bit more clear about what we mean by supporting and creating sustainable supports for youth to be engaged. I think it's important for us to make that a little bit more clear in that statement.
Okay, thank you.
Under equity and inclusion, I see meaningful opportunities, making sure that all young people have access to meaningful opportunities. But I do feel like that's a little broad. Maybe we can, because in the mission statement, it does like give what kind of opportunities we're trying to provide. And so maybe including that because to kind of center ourselves a little bit more there.
All right, thank you. So let's talk about next steps for this particular item. So what would you advise as a next step for mission, vision, and values? Because clearly there are some revisions that will need to be made and for you to review. So,
I think one recommendation is we have a lot of ideas floating around. Perhaps at our next meeting, we could see multiple options of the core values that we had comments on. For example, one that I think we commented on was technology accountability quite a bit. So maybe 2 to 3 alternatives, taking an input, varying levels of commissioner feedback, and then picking one as a commission.
I think also, I don't know if this is like reaching too far, but if we want to interweave this into the survey that we might put out potentially and like seeing if people align with these or think that this is an accurate representation of the commission and what the commission should be doing could be helpful.
okay, thank you.
To kind of add to that, I do think that as we continue these draft discussions, we should absolutely be focusing and prioritizing public comment during this process. And so before we finalize this, getting at least some feedback from communities that we're serving.
Okay, thank you. Is there any official process that needs to happen to put this on a future agenda? How does that get handled?
We can add it to the next agenda. I'm also thinking if we can add it on our website in between time and allow for virtual public comment outside of the meeting. So I'm going to explore that opportunity with our comms and legal team.
All right.
So that we're having community interact with it prior to our next meeting so that we can bring that information back to the commission in July.
It would
then-
also,
I had a question. Would that virtual public comment be for this draft or the 2 to 3 options that were mentioned? Because I'm a bit hesitant on presenting 2 to 3 options for each. I think these are pretty strong and given the recommendations, perhaps another option for those that are, a lot of recommendations were given, but I also kind of understand we're on a timeline. And I'm concerned about, okay, if we have feedback on those 2 to 3 options, is that going to be also added to another agenda?
I don't think 2 to 3 options for each. I agree with the technology and accountability and the shift for maybe we can make a voter agree to that now and changing technology to transparency. And if there's any other key words or terms that you all would like for us to include in those drafted options in the description, that would be helpful.
I also personally believe we should hold off on the multiple options for at least the commission's eyes until we get public comment. assuming that those comments might actually yield options that we didn't think about here. And then I'd like to second, I think it was Commissioner Madison, who stated that we should put on a survey. If we can get it rolled out in the time frame of Dr. Lerman's work with a survey, having other commissions comment on our core values, I think is the best way to solicit, I think, the most comprehensive public comment.
I was about to, oh gosh, my mic is so loud. I was about to comment on that as well. We had talked about this earlier and I wanted to circle back. The possibility of having commissioners from other youth commissions panel at, say, a meet and greet for us to have this conversation and for them to go over our core values and see if they have any active feedback. Even if it's not, during an actual meeting, we could at least hear some of those perspectives in a more informal setting, to hopefully, create a interactive and collaborative environment with the other youth commissions if possible. Because I'd prefer for it to be a dialogue, not necessarily just them giving us public comment. It would be nice to have a conversation.
We do have our other consultant and facilitator, Joyce Chow, online, who has input as well. Joyce?
Yeah, thank you, Director Wallace, and good afternoon, shortly afternoon. Everybody, thanks so much for the robust conversation today. I'm listening in on this conversation remotely and thinking about a few things. As somebody who will work with Raven after this process to build out the strategic plan product, I think I'm hearing a few different threads of this. I would agree. My recommendation, you all can take this and leave it, take it and leave it how you'd like. But one of my recommendations would be, keeping it focused and a little bit more tightened up right now until we can really build out the scope of what community engagement looks like. The second thing is I'm hearing a lot of what do these values look like in practice, which is exactly how we want to be thinking about this, right? Values are not just words on a page. They should be ways that the commission is thinking about operating, engaging with each other, engaging with community members and the public. And so something we can also explore is how to put those values into narrative form. So you might have a version of the value itself and a brief descriptor, but then there's maybe a section in the strategic plan that also outlines what does it mean to live out these values? For example, compensation under authentic engagement, right? Or different things like that. So I'm just taking a lot of notes and capturing it. And also maybe separating, some of the comments from the core values themselves. We might not have to do that much changing around them, but we can just build out the narrative piece when it comes time to building out the strategic plan.
Okay, thanks, Joyce. So any other thoughts or questions on next steps?
One quick comment I had, I think it's been really useful, all the discussion and perspectives shared. A lot of, call outs that the technology one is unclear, but I want to make sure we're not taking that out, understanding what the original intention of having that word be technology was, or if anyone had thoughts on that, because I just didn't want to omit it without understanding why it was originally included.
I think it's a tie together of the communication piece and the data collection component of it, because I do think I've heard data a lot in our discussions early on, and I do think it's relevant even as we kind of reference Dr. Lerman's presentation earlier. So how do we tie in data as a core value or a practice to guide our work?
So maybe including a statement of how we intend to use technology and existing data to drive the work of the commission instead of completely taking technology out. Because I think transparency kind of does go under accountability and it is kind of in there already. So just adding something specifically about the use of technology.
I appreciate that comment. Would swapping data with technology feel sufficient? And then shifting the descriptor to add in the data component driving the commission's work?
I don't know, because I do feel like we do use technology in other ways outside of data, especially with new tools. I mean, we use it every time that we're in meetings themselves. And so I think Technology is fine, maybe just including data in the statement about technology itself, because I do think data is important, but I do think technology does also encompass that.
I don't know if this is too simplistic of a solution, but maybe we just say we are committed to clear communication, follow through, and measuring our impact with integrity and data.
I like simplicity. I agree with that.
Okay, I'm hoping somewhere Joyce is, crafting that in. Wonderful. All right, thank you. Any other thoughts or comments on this thing?
So what would be the next steps? These are refined and then we vote on them, or what would be the next steps?
Sorry, I'm thinking through this piece because I know that there are, you all want the input of community, and so that's making me second guess the public comment piece and having it virtual, because that would then extend the timeline of us getting this information back to you all in July. If we do not have that public comment piece, what we can do is go back and workshop this, myself and Joyce, and we can present them to you in the July 26th meeting. That work?
I think that should work.
Joyce, you have another comment?
I do. I was just going to say that I think in our strategic planning timeline, while the plan is to present, different iterations in July, the strategic plan is not currently scheduled to be finalized until I believe it's November. So, I think there could be opportunities to explore what it looks like to have different iterations, to engage community members along the way. And there's probably more discussion that we could do around that. I think we should not expect a final draft by July one way or another.
I agree. That was something that I was gonna bring up. I mean, I've been a part of multiple organizations that have changed their mission and vision throughout their work, when their work kind of realigned. And so I think that the strategic planning and the mission and vision and everything are very interconnected. And I think that, like, feeling like we have to stick with the same mission and vision and core values throughout the whole thing would be a little limiting. I think that it should guide our strategic planning. And then, because I do think that it's very possible that new stuff and new values might come up as we finalize the strategic planning. And then maybe if stuff does come up, we can revisit the mission and vision statement after we finalize our strategic plan.
I'd recommend that perhaps in July, we as a commission could approve the draft that we as commissioners are comfortable with, and then put that forward. I believe it's 2 meetings up until November. And we might run a survey in that time and then provide that draft at our final draft for public comment, and then be okay with coming back right before we finalize our plan in November to incorporate those comments.
I'll also share this during my executive director's report, but we have the schedule built out for the remainder of the year as well. And the hope is to take the draft of the plan into those community listening sessions and to engage with community, so that we are gaining that direct and in the moment feedback as well. So give us some months to have community input and eyes on it as well. And I also, as Joyce shared, we still have to build out overarching goals and objectives. And anything that's not clearly spelled out here, we do have an opportunity to further develop that as well. So words matter. So we definitely want to make sure we capture the essence of who this commission is and what our values are, but also this is not the say all or be all to spell out how do we plan to address this work and our values as well.
Okay, so do we have a plan for moving forward?
So yes, we will rework this mission, vision, and values and present it back to you all on the July 26th meeting for further discussion.
Okay, well, that concludes my facilitation about the mission, vision, and values. So I'll turn it back to Chair Pope.
Thank you. And we do not currently have public comment listed for this item. And just a reminder for everyone, you may submit a virtual public comment card by visiting the Youth Empowerment Commission website at youthempowerment.ca.gov and visiting the meetings and events section, and completing the comment form link there. You can also pick up an in-person public comment card at the back of the room and return to one of our staff members there. And you will need to submit a card for each comment you're interested, item, sorry, you're interested in commenting on. But I'll hand it back to you, Chair Pope.
Thank you. At this time, we will take a 30-minute recess for lunch, which is graciously hosted today by Possibility Lab at UC Berkeley. We will return at, oh gosh, we are early. All right, 12:50. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Commissioners, if we can make our way back to the dais, we're going to get started soon.
This meeting is called back to order at 12:57 p.m. We will now move on to agenda item number 6, the strategic planning workshop, strategic directions. To guide us through this workshop, I will turn it over once again to our facilitator, Raven Tahara.
Too. Okay, now we're working. Thanks. All right. Thank you, Chair Pope. So we have had an interesting challenge doing this process with our commission because you have presented me with a number of unique opportunities. The first unique opportunity is we've done this over time. So we started in January, and then we've been kind of rolling out different workshops in the process over time. And we've not always had the same group of people in the room participating with the process at each stage. So to accommodate the fact that some of you have been kind of in and out of this process, we're going to do a quick review. And excuse me, we're going to kind of see where we've been. And then we're going to use that to move into strategic directions. So I want to check before we dive in, we're going to be on the mural board again today. Does everyone have access via a laptop, a tablet, something that you can access the internet with? And if you're on your phone, it's not going to work super well. So I'm probably going to have you buddy up with another commissioner to input things when we get to that part.
Is there Wi-Fi?
There
we can
is.
connect
Can
to?
someone,
It'll just have you sign into the network.
Okay, you just go into your browser and it'll ask you to click a button.
okay, it looks like most people either have a device or are sitting next to someone with a device. So I think we're going to be okay. Does everyone have the link to the mural board? I'm guessing that was sent out by Jen before the meeting. Okay, so we're good. Okay, so if we're all in the same place, let's go. I'm going to start with the focus question. This is what we did back in January. And our strategic, excuse me, the strategic planning focus question reads, in order to improve the quality of life for present and future youth, how can we establish, engage, and expand youth power across California to foster sustainable systems for youth leadership and societal decision-making? So that's where we started in January. And then I'm going to move us down to the top of this board. And the next major workshop that we did, we landed on your practical vision. And those were the items in the yellow stickies. So I'm going to summon. So Dylan's back there trying to keep track of me here. So right there. Okay. So anybody who's on the board should have just landed in this spot. I see Raj. Okay. Would someone be willing to read the yellow stickies that are the vision elements, please?
Strong civic responsibilities, youth-led policies, universal basic needs, powerful young government, intentionally impactful partnerships, youth creative development, and dynamic accessible education.
All right, thank you. And then in our next workshop together, and we're going to have to zoom in here because the letters got really small all of a sudden, we have our underlying contradictions. So if you were part of that workshop, you may recall that what we did was we looked at our practical vision and we asked, what is blocking us from achieving that vision? And you came up with the items in the green stickies. So would someone be willing to read the green stickies for us, please?
Competition for resources and disconnected collaborations creates disillusionment and discouragement for youth.
Thank you.
You want me to read all of them?
You can name another commissioner to read one. How's that? How's that for empowerment?
This.
Okay.
It wasn't popular. That was good. I'm going to pass it on to Commissioner Mead.
Driven systems enforce materialistic policies that overshadow youth, civil liberties, and decent standards of living.
Thank you.
Pass to Commissioner Yee.
Youth from marginalized and disenfranchised communities.
Thank you. Who's next?
So Commissioner Turin.
Unclear accountability measures within the legislature champions policies for youth power and well-being creates an imbalance of political input and power. And I popcorn it to Commissioner Madison.
Sorry. We're at unclear accountability. Historic precedents and unchecked assumptions hinder a systemic redesign that encourages and values youth participation. And I will popcorn it to Commissioner Melanie.
Restricted funding streams or misallocations of funds prevents youth from academic and extracurricular success.
All right, thank you. So where we are now, each one of these workshops lays the foundation for the next one. So we derived the underlying contradictions from the practical vision, and today we're going to derive our strategic directions largely from the underlying contradictions. So our workshop question for today is, what innovative, substantial actions will deal with the underlying contradictions and move us toward our vision? So we kind of got a nice warm up with our earlier workshop with Possibility Lab. You started kind of getting, your thought process going. You started thinking about possible actions you could take. And we got a wonderful head start in the area of engaging other youth commissions. And I just wanted to bring your attention to, let me figure out which which one it is. Okay, it was item 16 on the board. Well, actually, it was, okay, let's see here. Here it was. Okay. It's item D. I'm just going to summon you. So, so Dylan's not there going, where'd we go? So while you were talking earlier, I went ahead and I captured a whole bunch of stickies for this topic that you already said. So that's exciting news because we don't have to come up with that again. So your ideas have been captured. But we are going to look at a bunch of others. So the way we're going to do this, because one of the things I've learned in working with this format is getting into small groups can be frustrating because what happens is because of, various procedural acts and so forth, we can't go off on breakout groups. We can't have little side conversation. So we're going to do these as a group together, but I'm going to invite you to type on stickies as we do so. So what I've done is I've taken all of your practical vision elements, all of the underlying contradictions, as well as data from the current state assessment and key findings, and I've created these Venn diagrams. So basically, it's put all of them together so you can consider one topic at one time, and then we can brainstorm actions you can take to move that area forward. So that way we're not having, to try to do all these things, writing little notes to each other in the margins. We can do it together. So that's our plan for today. So let's start. I'm going to go up to item 11 on the mural board. And I'm going to summon. Okay, so this first area, and I may be tag teaming in with my colleague here who has information about policy to share a little bit more about how you might access some of this. But in this area, we had your practical vision elements that were powerful young government, strong civic responsibilities, and youth-led policies. Your underlying contradictions, you'll see there were the issues about historic precedents, the unclear accountability, and competition for resources. The key finding that relates to this was the commission has the collective skills, experiences, and perspectives across commissioners and staff to become a model for effective youth-led state efforts as it grows into an established body. And if you had a chance to look at the current state assessment, there were some really helpful opportunities for action that were dropped into that report. So I dropped a few of those in here for your consideration as well. So those are in those little teal ovals. And so one opportunity here is to share info with local government for advocacy and mobilization, and also to provide commissioner learning opportunities. You should have received, there was a document that had like the things that the commission is called to do, and then there were some areas to brainstorm. Do you remember that? And I just handed it out as a handout. So it's like a table. It's a piece of paper. That's the one. If you could hold that up just so everyone's real clear about what that is. Yeah, it was originally a Word document. So that last bit, how many people have already filled that out? You can raise your hand if you're like, what is this? Okay, that was for anyone who said, we'd like, a little heads up on what we're going to be dealing with. We sent that out in advance so you have that opportunity. But if you didn't, now's your chance. So I want you to come up with one answer to each question that's on that table. And you can just use pens with paper. And so there's like a question about how might we identify and prioritize current legislation? And how might we draft model legislation addressing youth issues? So you'll see questions on the left and a place for you to make a note on the right. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Just put your thoughts down on that piece of paper, and then we're going to start going through them as a group on the mural. So just. Sir, per question. We've got about a minute left. Wrap up your thoughts. So before we dive into filling out sticky notes on these first two topics, I learned as we were starting the meeting that Dr. Lerman has a wealth of information on this topic that we had hoped to share with you earlier. So we're going to insert that now because it turns out that Possibility Lab has done a ton of work already to identify potential legislation, help you prioritize it and so forth. So I'm going to hand off to her for a little bit and see if she can fill you in so that you have a better idea of what your possibilities are regarding legislation, either adding your voices to things that are already currently being proposed, or helping to influence what future legislation might be written. So.
Thank you. And then just, thank you. Yeah, just scroll all the way down. Scroll, 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 scroll. Yeah, here. One back. Okay. So one of the things we've been taking a look at is just and this is less about specific legislation than about how to think about legislation broadly. So one of the handouts that you have in front of you, there's actually two different versions. One is a sort of a simple version of how legislation gets made, and the other is a much more detailed. But essentially, there are different points at which you might think about influencing the legislative process or influencing what's sort of being proposed. There's the proposal stage, right? What kinds of things are even on the agenda? And if you map this onto the policymaking process figure that I showed you before, right, what is even in the realm of things that people are thinking about? What are the types of legislation, and what is the focus of that legislation? What's even being kind of proposed and considered? That's not going to show up if you're thinking about sort of what's actually being proposed, because then you've already taken the next step. So it may be that a lot of what you want to do, particularly in the first year or two, is think about what are the things that should be on legislators' agendas that aren't. What are the sorts of topics? So just to give you a sense, one of the things that we did was we took a look at all of the legislation that had been proposed in the current legislative session. So as of March 2025, when we downloaded sort of a full list, there were about 2,500 pieces of legislation that had been proposed, and this is across state government of various kinds, and we can talk about sort of the different starting points. But of those, we coded about 233 as directly affecting youth. And so this is things that are very specific to young people. And so think like, education, foster care, and juvenile justice. There were about another 117 that were that we also think of as affecting youth, although they might affect youth plus, right, youth and others, but there's still things that are very specific to young people. So I have that whole list, and I'm happy to share it with you all so that you can just scroll through and look at those 233 that are very specific to young people. Of the ones that are sort of coded as directly affecting young people, there is a big range. There's about 146 that are related to education. That's K through 12 and higher ed. About 42 that are sort of coded as dealing with criminal justice and safety. 38 that deal with health, 19 that are about young people in the workforce, 18 that are about foster care or adoption or custody, and about 6 on housing. Now, that doesn't mean that there are only 6 pieces of legislation out of the 2,500 that deal with housing. There are only 6 that specifically deal with housing for youth. But one of the questions that you all should think about is, okay, do you want to focus on things that are specific to youth or things that affect youth? So arguably, all of the affordable housing legislation there is going to affect young people. It's just not specific to young people. So the 6 that are coded as affects young people directly and is about housing are about sort of, housing that is specific to either young people aging out of the foster care system, or young people who are currently unhoused and, on college campuses, that kind of thing. There's others that are coded as directly affecting young people. Those are that fall in like social services and care, things that are about civics, civic engagement of young people, a bunch that are on equity that are usually cross-coded with others. So, if it's coded as education, but that it's specific to special education or educational access for particular populations, then it's also coded as equity. There's a bunch that are about young veterans, and then there's just some others that we coded as other. So one way to think about this as a starting point is, right, is this the right way to think about what you all want to focus on and prioritize? Right, the big takeaway is 2,500 is too many. And so trying to figure out how you want to narrow, is it by policy domain? Is it by how it affects youth and whether it's youth specific? Can you flip to the next one? So the other thing that that might be useful to think about as you're doing this exercise with Raven is if you want to think about legislation, what are the criteria you want to think about, right? And how do you want to decide what affects youth? Are you thinking about prioritizing issues that are about youth because that's your comparative advantage as the Youth Empowerment Commission? Do you want to think about things that primarily affect youth? So, you know, things that affect a lot of people, but are a large proportion of them are youth, or things that are just inclusive of youth. And that's a much broader set of things like kind of all housing policy or all climate policy, which aren't youth specific, but do include youth as a primary constituency. That's just going to be a screening process. That's going to be a first cut. And it's decisions you all need to make as you think about how to prioritize. And then there are other big questions. So do you want to prioritize things that affect all youth? Do you want to prioritize things that affect youth across the state versus youth that are concentrated in particular areas of the state? Do you want to prioritize things that affect certain groups of young people, which is going to be obviously smaller numbers, but maybe particularly disadvantaged youth? Those are, again, going to be questions that are going to affect which of the legislation that you might either propose or support is going to bubble to the top as priority. Those are equity questions. Then there's effectiveness, right? Do you want to think about the size of the impact? So do you want to focus on things that are going to have a really big impact on a lot of people? Or is it important to think about even things that are going to have a meaningful impact for a very small number of people? How do you want to think about impact? Then there's efficiency. So do you want to think about efficiency, returns on investment? There might be things that have a really important impact on a small number of people, but it's going to be wildly expensive versus things that are not that costly, but might affect, you know, a large group of people. Do you want to take that into account and think about kind of economic feasibility, or do you just want to prioritize the things that you think have impact? Feasibility. To what extent do you want to take a stand on things that you think are really important, but that right now might not be feasible, either economically or politically? Or do you want to be practical and kind of implementable and focus on things that you can get behind, that you can push across the finish line, right? Where you're, so how much is it vision and sort of symbolic taking of a position versus really trying to move the needle and push something across the boundary because it could be politically feasible with your support? There's no right answer to that. It's just different kinds of approaches and commissions. And then there's opportunity costs. And this is a really important one if you're thinking about less sort of thinking about the agenda and more thinking about existing legislation. You can support a particular piece of legislation, but is that where you want your time and energy to go, right? Or are there other policy interventions that would be a better fit and they're just not currently on the agenda? And so maybe supporting those instead. So just to give you an example, I did print out a copy of a bill from the last legislative session. If you've never played around on Legiscan, it's a great sort of publicly available tool. You can search by state, you can search by where it is in the legislative process, you can search by keywords, so you can look at topics. This is one I pulled from the last legislative session that would, in this session, would be coded as specific to youth under mental health, so that just to give you a sense. So if this is a direction you all want to go, we can talk in more depth about sort of how to think about each of these dimensions and where you might want to go in the legislative process. This also may feed into questions you want to ask youth in general to inform what you then propose should be on legislators' agendas. But just to give you some sense of the current state of the world and current tools.
I hope that was helpful, give you a little more context and background about where you can get resources to inform your actions in this area. Okay, we are back on the mural board. So what I'd like to do is we're going to start with it's number 12 on the outline. And it says identify and prioritize current legislation. So remember, we are answering the question, what innovative substantial actions can we take that will overcome the underlying contradictions and move us forward towards our practical vision. So these are all things that you could do. You may not do them right away. They might be things, remember, we're talking long-term here. This could be 2, 3, 4 years down the road. But they are things that you could do that you believe will move us towards that vision. So you had some time to write on your sheets there. What I'd like to do is just invite you to share some of your answers. And you can either type them on the green sticky notes there on this part of the mural, or if you want to share them out loud, if you don't have a computer in front of you, I'm happy to scribe for you. So what's a good way to do this?
I have something right off the bat that I was reminded of when Dr. Lerman was presenting the statistics, but from my experience of using LegiScan in the past, it's not very student accessible or digestible, and it takes a lot of time and labor to sift through and find the right keywords and identify the right keywords. So an actionable thing that I think we can aim to maybe do long term is creating like a student friendly legislative database that pertains and like automatically filters bills that pertain or affect students and youth of California, so that we could like maybe change the language of a bill or like only highlight like the summary of the text or like where it's at in the legislative process. And then that way we can distribute it to commissions across the state. And then the labor of like lobbying for the bill to get passed or like doing public comment is put on the commissions across the state. So that if a organization that prioritizes the houselessness crisis wants to give public comment about a bill that's in motion right now, they can do that and they can focus their energy on that with the database that we would theoretically maybe be able to provide.
Okay, thank you.
Another idea on that is if we continue to look at legislation in the months and years to come, I think something that would be extremely impactful is for us to, from the commission's perspective, put forward like a youth policy scorecard on each piece of key legislation. Now that could have a couple of different factors. It could have one, obviously commissioner opinion on the fact, but like more so than that, if we do surveys, for example, with Dr. Lerman, we could survey on specific pieces of legislation, and then publicly post the results of our survey, anecdotes from youth, excerpts from our meeting, and essentially create a youth policy scorecard that could then be sent to members of the assembly or legislature voting on this bill. I'm not sure about the specifics of how we could formally, incorporate this within the bill process, but like perhaps we want to target bills that are going up for committee hearing in the next, like, let's say month or 2 months, like depending on the time frame, and aim to get it done, like depending on what is the optimal area to comment on. So maybe we focus on a specific area of the legislative cycle, do that. So that's one idea. And the second one is, I think to Commissioner Madison's point about that LegiScan isn't necessarily the most accessible. What could also be useful down the road, we had ideas about a newsletter. So if we're connected with local and county commissions, publishing within that newsletter like the top 10 youth policy bills on our radar, and then the commissioners or like a more student-friendly version of like, this is what this actually means, and this is why you should care. And then sending that out to local and state commissions to then, local and county commissions to then forward to their youth and constituents. I think those are two things we could probably do.
Thank you.
And then to build upon the ideas discussed, I think that a good partnership to keep in mind would be between youth journalism programs and creating these multimedia platforms to make this legislation, especially those pertaining to youth, more digestible. And something that I remember I did within my school district, especially for certain policies that were impacting students' access to mental health centers, is we did a lot of journalism about even explaining what this meant, because a lot of students weren't aware, so there were a lot of misconceptions about this, what this meant. And so I think when we're talking about how one of our goals is to promote dynamic inclusive education, making sure that there is a partnership between us to local youth commissions and then also local youth commissions with student journalism programs, so that they're building those multimedia skills. They're learning about the policies that directly impact them, whether that's statewide or in their school district, and they're able to create something that is actionable and teaches them at the same time. And I think another place, I don't know if they exactly do this with the youth focus, but I remember when I was working with Cal Matters, they have something called digital democracy, and it's this interactive interface where you can see like different legislators' profiles and like their past votes and something like that. It's just more interactive and visually engaging. So I think something along those lines, of course, with youth input and direct participation would be the goal.
Thank you. Okay. Any other thoughts on the area of identify and prioritize current legislation? A couple of ways of thinking about this. There's policy. So it's like determining which policies you want to take a look at, affirm or, support in some way. But then there's also looking at partners, who are the key partners to help you navigate this. You've got one sitting right here, so so that's helpful. But you also have, your other connections within government. And as we discussed earlier, there's, this association of youth commissions that might also be a partner. So are any of those things you want to call out in this area that you want to work with?
I think in addition to the Association of Youth Commissions, which I think is an incredible resource, I know there are a few, and not many, but a handful of elected officials in the Assembly and the Senate who were elected to office as youth, as in, I mean, it's it's a stretch definition, but between the ages of 20 and 30. And I think, whether or not they are still at that age, I think, given their position and that they were trailblazers for youth, I think those would be great people to reach out to and build an initial alliance with for us to learn more about the legislature and how to impact within legislature, but also for us to be able to then build those connections within the legislature.
Right. And one of the things we'll find as we're doing this process is some of these ideas will be good ideas in other categories. So I think that's also part of the education and also part of your liaison with the legislature, which is going to be another topic. So we'll find a place for it somewhere. Okay, we're going to move on unless someone has something they want to add. Yes.
Turn my mic on so I don't get the cue. More so current policy, especially priorities within the governor's office. I think this commission can be very valuable in examining access for young people. We've talked about Cal Kids in the past as we talk about access for funding for education. How can this commission lend voice to that process as well?
Okay, so I'm putting on the card, examine access for youth with.
I would say examine current policy that impacts underserved youth throughout the state.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to add, I think, how might we identify and prioritize current legislation. I'm not sure what the next steps are to this, so if I'm getting ahead, feel free to stop me. But I think like attaching like actual like action items or something like that. Because I noticed in the examples that you gave us in the handouts to prepare, it was like an actionable item, like develop a framework. So I don't know if like under the green, maybe this isn't the next step, but like define criteria for a scorecard or how would it be shared with legislators or with their staff, or what legislation are we prioritizing? Like Dr. Lerman said, are we prioritizing legislation that directly affects youth or legislation that is youth plus? So it's indirectly affecting youth. And I'd kind of like to narrow it down before we start to create those actionable items, because I think right now we haven't narrowed it down.
Right. And just to help give you some perspective on where this activity fits in the over arc of strategic planning, what we'll have when we're done are 3 to 5 strategic directions. And so the granularity of what goes in these boxes is just to hint at a larger theme. And so we're going to determine the directions. So if I had to guess, one of your directions is going to have to do with influencing policy. you know, since that's the major charge of why you exist. So that's probably going to be one of them. And there'll probably be a couple others. So what's going to happen is we're going to fill these out. We're going to move them over to another board and we're going to see which ones have similar intents. And then we're going to align the similar intents and we're going to name them. And then those will be your strategic direction. And then what will happen at a future state is you'll look at some of the ideas that were generated here that were things we could do, but not necessarily things we are going to do. And we could say, okay, based on what's here, what's something we really could do in the next year? And you might look in your options here and you go, you know, that scorecard could be a really good candidate for a 1-year goal. So you might elevate that to your goals and objectives as a thing you're going to do in the next year. So these are just to kind of get us some broad categories so we can define those larger directions, if that helps. So you'll notice we've gone from really broad, from vision to what's in our way, to what's the direction we're moving. And your next step is going to be literally, we're going to create this scorecard. We're going to initiate this policy or whatever. So I hope that helps with knowing what level we're at, because it's a moving thing here. Okay, let's take a look at item B, draft model legislation addressing youth issues. So from what you've already heard from Dr. Lerman, this may be a little bit out in the future, but now's the time to start thinking about it. So what are some things that you might do to decide what areas might need this input from you? What were things that you wrote on your sheets?
I had one last thought that kind of wraps up A and moves us to B. So a lot of the ideas we have are initiatives or in support of new legislation, but I also think we should have a perspective on defending existing programs because we are in an environment where a lot of things are getting cut. So also having an approach to how do we advocate for existing things not to get cut, to preserve those, how do we call upon our senators and legislators to fight for the things that we want to continue?
Thank you.
I had two things for B. One of them is maybe way more in the future for a commission, but if we maybe set a goal to yearly come up with a collective proposal for a bill that we want to introduce, like based on the priorities that we see that were surveyed from commissions or surveyed by the Youth of California, and something that we as commission can collectively come together to propose. And then the second thing is to support marginalized students in gaining access to the spaces where they can learn how to create their own bills and their own bill proposals. Because I know that there are a lot of organizations in the state of California who walk students through the process, but like I mentioned earlier, there's a cost barrier. So maybe the commission can aim to sponsor a certain amount of students to gain access to these spaces or give grants to those organizations so they can lower their cost of admission or something to that extent.
Okay, thank you.
Building on that, and I think this connects A and B a bit. It's I was thinking about Legiscan and the pieces of legislation that we're examining, and there were, I think, 200, for example, pieces of legislation that we're examining. It would be really helpful if we could map those to our priority areas into the sub-priority areas there and figure out where are the gaps where there is no existing piece of legislation, as in what are the areas where there is currently little to no discussion that we can shed light on. And then an extension of that down the road is it would be helpful for us to identify that and then perhaps partner with Possibility Lab, students at Cal, students across in high schools and colleges across California, to maybe even create like a student policy kind of proposal competition where they can propose model legislation and ideas for those areas where there is no existing legislation. And then perhaps working on Commissioner, I think Madison's idea on, or sorry, maybe it was Commissioner Jessica, idea on, sorry. Yes, defending, yeah. Defending legislation. We could also publish an annual report or quarterly with ideas that came from these students. So what we would be essentially doing is acting as an aggregator and providing a level of access, and I think the brand of the commission to put some of these ideas forward. And this could be part of the scorecard. something we send to every legislator's office, either mail it to them, email it to them, whatever we have access to. You're like, here's some ideas. If you'd like to partner with us.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other thoughts on draft model legislation addressing youth issues?
I know a lot of our timelines are long-term and we're thinking about like a cyclical annual process, but I wonder if there's also any ad hoc or like ongoing work we can do to draft letters when we see current events popping up. Again, as I mentioned, there's so many things going on at the federal level that are threatening a lot of things at the state level. So how can we respond to those in a timely manner? Can we draft letters on a monthly or quarterly basis or just in response to issues we see popping up as they come?
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts on drafting model legislation?
I had a kind of a note here on like maybe creating like a legislative principles guide or something like that when it came to how we were addressing legislation. I think we have space for like subcommittees, and so if we're gonna have like a subcommittee on health and well-being or healthcare related, for example, they can draft legislation on health policies or programs affecting youth in California. And it can either be like directly affecting youth or youth plus legislation, kind of like through a divide and conquer strategy.
Okay, so I'm going to put leverage subcommittees to focus. How can I capture in few words a lot of great ideas there? To focus on key policies. Okay. And I'm not sure who's touching the middle green square, but I can't move it or write on it. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna move that. Okay, so that covers that first major area. Let's take a look over here. It's item C. And it's item 15 on the outline. And these are actions focused on creating greater awareness of the commission to the legislature. So one of your big challenges right now is it's a fairly new commission. Key people in power don't know you are here and know, that you're assigned to weigh in on legislation that they're considering. So we've got to look at some ways that we can introduce you and connect you and make sure that your voices are heard. So just to kind of look through this, we had your practical vision elements, youth-led policies, powerful young government, intentionally impactful partnerships. Again, we see our historic precedents, underlying contradiction is here. Unclear accountability measures within the legislature is here. But the key finding is awareness of the commission is currently low throughout the state and currently a key determining factor in how quickly the commission is able to operate. So some of the opportunities identified by the current state assessment were bolster state collaboration with local elected leaders, meet and learn from government leaders, and center youth voices and experiences. So I would like to hear your thoughts on how we might connect you with electeds, commissions, and government agencies.
I don't know if this is possible or even allowed given the positioning of our commission, but reaching out to certain legislative officials or elected officials in office and asking them what their priorities are and like how a commission like ours could help them, and then listing them as a partner and creating like a partnership database for the commission. I think could be a good start, because I know that we've already been doing the invitations to all the meetings to certain local officials, but beyond that, like offering them something that we can do for them.
I think one way we can find partners in the legislature, in addition to legislators who were youth at the time they're elected, is on those 233 bills, for example. Maybe there's a common theme on which California senators and assembly members are proposing those bills, and particularly focused on the youth. For example, I know there is a California senator within the Bay Area, California Senator Dave Cortese, who we were trying to have come address the commission today, who recently proposed two bills assisting foster youth and expanding access to those programs. So I wonder if there are a couple of like power legislators, so to speak, who are proposing an outsized number of youth bills who we can connect with directly. And maybe that's a great place to start.
My idea was kind of merged both the commissioner's statements is establishing, which I believe we've talked about, but establishing like a support committee in the state legislature. So like a group of legislators in the assembly and the Senate, the state Senate, that like support the California Youth Empowerment Commission.
Thank you.
I'll also share that shout out to Luis, who's supporting us with public comment today. We have an external affairs department within the Go Serve office. So leveraging existing resources and contacts to support with those connection points would be great as well.
Yes, and sorry, Misha, hopefully I'm not speaking out of line, but apologies, commissioners, I did not introduce myself. But my name is Luis Jimenez, External and Legislative Affairs Director with the Governor's Office of Service and Community Engagement. I work closely with Tamisha, and I know you all are working on your strategic planning, so we're hoping to help you all and engage you and support you and uplift your work once that's a little more clearer. But there is a lot of excitement and cool opportunities to engage the legislature. I think something that was brought up was kind of how you want to present yourself to the legislature initially and what's the like the mandate you want to present or showcase, like your vision. I think that's super helpful to know before engaging the legislature, having some idea, because you'll quickly notice that these folks have very short attention span sometimes, or have a lot of stuff going on. So it's really helpful sometimes to have a clearer picture so that you can develop that relationship. But yeah, we're here as a resource, so thanks for having us.
I wanted to add something super quick about again, like not reinventing the wheel. I think I really do think that we have access to a lot more resources than we're realizing. I think we talked about this earlier in our meeting, but this two-way street approach of reaching out to different regional youth empowerment commissions across the state, connecting with them. And I think oftentimes we're asking a lot of people to come to our own meetings just because we are a new commission and trying to raise familiarity around our own commission, but also extending out and meeting them where they're at, seeing what the needs that they're assessing, because they are more on a regional intimacy level, that they likely have a deeper understanding of what that community and region needs, so that we can amplify it on a wider state level.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to add that to there.
I think too, it's important to build relationships across the legislature, but prioritizing relationships with legislators that serve on committees that often come in contact with legislation that affects youth. So like education subcommittees, subcommittees that, well, not subcommittees, that work with like foster youth, juvenile justice, and making sure that we build a relationship. I think it would be very important to go to their hearings and speak on those issues as commissioners, to have our voices heard within those committees, because they're going to be key in passing the legislation that we would be proposing and supporting as well.
Thank you.
I think adding on to what Commissioner Adelina mentioned, leveraging and also reaching out to the California School Board Association, specifically to the student board members who are on this and within this network would be really helpful. I know that student board members across the state are trying to create a student board member association. So potentially aiding in that or being a part of that, I think would also highly help us.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Kind of what you were saying, but I think we should look into more government agencies that aren't necessarily like legislative. Like for some other organizations that I work with, we work pretty closely with CDSS and other committees like that that work with and for youth. I also see, at least with CDSS, they do hold listening sessions pretty often, and so or pretty regularly, especially with nonprofits. And so I think that either attending those or partnering with them to either speak on the issues or hear other youth about these issues would be important as well when it comes to these agencies, especially when we are like championing legislation and proposing legislation. Um, a lot of the time with other organizations that I work with, it's very important to go to these agencies that are going to be affected and that are going to be enacting these legislation and work on the policy side of it, because implementation is just as, if not more important than the legislation itself. Um, and so being a part of that, well, I feel like will be important.
And then to echo that, I think there are great opportunities for partnerships with agencies like the California Arts Council and even the Department of Health and Human Services. For example, there are a lot of youth platforms like a mental health app called Saluna, and then also the Poetry Out Loud competitions, and just a lot of ways that youth can access these opportunities, but maybe might not necessarily know or even trust because they don't have those youth endorsements or just unequal gaps in terms of what school districts might know about them. So I think that we as commissioners can be again the bridge and ambassadors for helping those programs reach their target populations.
Okay, thank you.
I was considering what government agencies in California most closely deal with the youth, and one that came to mind was the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, which actually in the charter that established this commission is one of the three bodies that we're meant to advise. So I noticed that we didn't have that on the list. So I think that's important to add, and to establish a direct line of communication with the State Superintendent's office, I think is a very effective way for us to quickly make some changes and make some areas for areas of policy change.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that. For your, to remind you of what's in that, there is on this mural board, item 8 and item 9. These are things from the original bill that created this commission of policy areas you might advise on. So, and also potential activities for you to engage in. So you'll see there's a lot of, we've talked about the legislation parts, but, like as Shay was mentioning, provide testimony during any committee meeting in the legislature, form committees and task forces, conduct public hearings and community and with youth and community organizations, appoint advisory committees. There's a lot of things besides just policy where you can weigh in and you can be active. So all of these are fair game for these action items. So Trevor, you look like you're about to say something.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just saying maybe this is like a longer term thing, but if we went the route of maybe establishing a subcommittee regarding outreach or strategic communication, I would be interested in the possibility that I referred to at our previous meeting about not only having the subcommittee, but maybe assigning specific liaisons to different, it could be different regions or different specific offices, however we would organize that. But given our earlier discussion about relationships, I think if we kind of surveyed from the commission who would be interested in reaching out to who, I think it would reduce the risk of redundancies and help make us more efficient at building those relationships with different groups or different legislators, so that the communication is clear and we kind of have a consistent strategy with how we're reaching out to different groups of people.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm trying to get all these on the same board for a reason. Any other thoughts on this topic? Are we ready to move on? Okay. Let's go to item C. So this is actions focused on, oh wait, we just did that, never mind. I went back to add something else. Let's go to D. Okay, actions focused on collaboration between county youth commissions. We have a huge head start on this. So from our earlier discussions, I'll show you what's over here. And then feel free to add anything you brainstormed. So we have surveyed a county youth commissions, tap California Association of Youth Commissions, learn from local commissions what has worked and what hasn't. Excuse me. Reach out to local commissions, invite to our events, co-creating principles of engagement with county commissions, centralized website, civic learning toolkits. We can go to local county commission meetings, introduction to local meetings and maintenance of those connections, co-create a shared space to hear youth voices, create toolkit for partners, offer to amplify local voices at state level, serve as a bridge for existing youth commissions, connect them to each other. Create a conference or summit inviting youth commission leaders, gaps in youth commissions around the state, help them to establish. Central location for youth commission meeting minutes, provide access, create a subcommittee focused on in these connections with other commissions, connect with leadership of the association, and a newsletter to share with one another. So I'm going to invite you. Who has access to the board? Okay. Any of those that you think should go on the white square, because I was just taking notes. So go ahead and move them onto the square. Nice when we can have a shortcut.
I had one point to add here as well.
Sure, go for it.
Maybe not necessarily a strategy, but just a consideration of the resource gap between our state commission and potentially with more local commissions, is that we do have more resources. All of the commissioners here today do receive compensation and reimbursement for travel, and that's not always the case with local commissions. So just keeping that dynamic in mind and acknowledging that we may have more resources as a state commission.
Okay. Thank you.
I see under our capabilities or what we can do, we can award prizes or direct grants. So potentially to remedy or mediate that, creating a award or grant for commissions to apply for so that they can bridge any gap in like access needs or monetary needs that they might have. And then additionally, it says that we can conduct public awareness campaigns. So maybe we do a spotlight of different commissions across the state as the State Youth Empowerment Commission to highlight maybe local commissions that other people across the state might not know about.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other ideas that you had that did not come out earlier in this morning's discussion from your notes? Ready to call that happy? Okay. So We're gonna have to create an extra expanded space here. Here we go. All right. Good deal. Okay, we are gonna go now to E and F. This is actions focused on removing barriers to access for marginalized youth. Your practical vision elements were youth-led policies and intentionally impactful partnerships. And underlying contradictions, historic precedents and unchecked assumptions, and competition for resources. The key finding was, while many youth programs and services currently exist, many also contain barriers to access, especially for marginalized youth. Some of the opportunities that were identified on the teal stickies here are collaborate with marginalized youth and organizations centering marginalized youth, remove barriers to access in youth programs and services, and meet youth where they are. So, under this, we have two questions. We have, how might we elevate voices of marginalized youth? And how might we overcome barriers to access? So I'm going to invite you to go in and type on those stickies. And if you need to borrow somebody's computer, I'm sure they're happy to share or dictate for you. So go ahead and fill those in and we'll talk about them. This newsletter probably has to happen. It's shown up in like 3 different areas. Okay, I'm going to start reading things as they land. So in Elevate Voices of Marginalized Youth, we're seeing Create Student Award for projects proposed to uplift marginalized youth. Create a feature or highlight section in our newsletter. Create spaces where youth can share their voices without risk or danger. Echo the stories and needs of marginalized youth, not us telling the stories, preserves firsthand factor. Over and overcome barriers to access, we're seeing school government classes bring in local government offices to share info about finding, applying for internships. Partner with legislators to propose student support systems. Create avenues for youth input in program development. We've got examine barriers in current support programs and assess access. Wow, look how much faster that was. Okay. Would anyone like to share 1 or 2 of your ideas? What your thoughts were?
I can share a little bit about what I wrote for overcome barriers to access. Again, I'm not sure if this is in the governing capacity of the commission, but seeing how the commission can stand as a liaison between youth and often unreachable elected officials, I think oftentimes the feedback that I hear from youth is that the discouragement in not reaching out to their elected officials or politicians is that they never hear back, whether that's from a staff member or often just like
Oh, we had a little earthquake there.
there we go. Or the politicians themselves. So in hopes of seeing that maybe the commission can represent that, almost like that middleman that conveys the needs of California's youth and takes them up to elected officials, and seeing how the commission might be a little bit more accessible for youth that might not feel ready or comfortable to just suddenly take a jump into reaching out to elected officials too. So that's what I wrote for the first one. The second one, I'm gonna see how I can convey this as clearly as possible, but I know the handout sheet that you gave us, Raven, was
telling the stories and expressing the needs of marginalized youth. I thought about it a little bit more as echoing their stories, if anything. I think at the end of the day, it's really the youth's story to tell. And I think it's more in our capacity to like elevate and echo these stories just to make sure that nothing gets lost in translation. That's pretty much what I covered on my end.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to share what you put down?
I believe in California, all high school students are required to take a one semester class in civics and government education. I think it could be really impactful if we were able to connect with civics and American government teachers across California to dedicate a portion of class time or integrate within their curriculum some aspect of connection with the California Youth Advisory or California Youth Empowerment Commission or their local advisory boards. And there's, I think, three ways we could hypothetically do that. One is to work top down, working directly with the state superintendent. Second is somewhere in the middle, working with county school boards and superintendents of individual school districts. And the third one is a grassroots effort, which I think is most optimal, but probably most difficult to do outreach on, is connect directly with civics teachers and invite them, maybe even provide a sample of what that addition to the curriculum might look like for applied civic engagement, and maybe invite them and their students to come and present. Maybe each class comes up with a joint proposal for a piece of legislation, and they have the opportunity to come and present at the local commission meeting whenever that might be on their calendar near their area.
Okay, thank you.
Two, to make sure that our spaces are we create separate safe spaces for people to come and share, because I know that I have personally heard from youth that they fear advocating for themselves and their stories because of persecution, either from their government or their communities. And so a lot of their stories can be sensitive or can be personal. And so maybe that can come in with like creating listening sessions, especially with partners, but making sure that we protect the youth that do come to share with us and make sure that their stories are protected as well.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else want to share on these two items? A lot of good answers here. Okay. Let's go to see. G. Okay, it's item 22 on the outline. This is actions focused on education. So this was one big practical vision element, dynamic accessible education. Current standardized education practices prevent the creation of equitable and inclusive education for youth from marginalized and disenfranchised communities. And restricted funding streams or misallocation of funds prevents youth from academic and extracurricular success. And key finding, education and mental health challenges as top issues impacting youth. So our question here is, how might we promote dynamic, inclusive education? So go ahead and type some stickies for me, please.
Do the stickies have to line up with both education and mental health, or can they be their own topic?
This one is primarily education, but if you've got a mental health, go ahead and drop it in there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start reading what I see here. We've got work with legislators to reform civic education standards to weave direct practice. Identify possible improvements to state policy / funding regarding accessibility, IEP, 504, et cetera. Connect with school boards to review and advise policy, for example, Student Advisory Board. Partnership with youth journalism programs. Aligning community college courses with UC courses, so transfer students get credits. Recommend additions to the California State Educational Curriculum, for example, mandatory financial literacy class or unit. Now we're getting things all piled up. Assessing workforce needs and skill gaps for the next generation. Education strategy must be informed by evolving technology landscape, challenges with AI, the education of the next generation, excuse me, prioritizing accessibility across all aspects of the term. Supporting rural communities or communities that are lacking resources. Make education affordable and accessible. I'm getting a nice essay over here on the right. Remember our 3 to 7 word norm? We're kind of shooting for that still. We didn't call it out, but someone's creating their doctoral thesis on a sticky note. Okay. Okay, we had internet access and digital inclusion. Okay, would anyone like to tell us more about what you wrote? Yeah, who wrote the essay? Because you clearly need a little more room to explain.
That was me. I think that what would be really helpful is to see more pipeline programs, especially for, I find that at least from my student journalism, a lot of students, when you ask them about policy work or civic engagement, I think the most immediate approach people understand is okay, voting. But beyond that, it can be really intimidating, especially for students that, are figly to understand what it means to get involved in those spaces, especially because oftentimes, like, there aren't these pathways for people that don't have resources to pay, as Chair Pope was saying, like $800 to go to a conference that is supposed to empower you. And so I think creating a pipeline program where you not only ensure that every legislator, I believe, should have some sort of like student or educational internship program, but also that those former interns are able to connect with high school students or people that will be in their shoes in the future. So especially those students that are coming from those underserved communities can see themselves in that path.
Thank you. And I wanted to check in with Melanie because you're remote, so it's easy to sometimes forget to call on you. Anything you'd like to share?
Not really. Honestly, the other commissioners are like, when I have a thought, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna raise my hand, but they just echo what I was gonna say. So yeah, I think a lot of what I'm thinking has already been said. Yeah.
Great. Well, we didn't want to leave you out of the discussion just because you're, out there in the ethers. So thank you. All right. Any other thoughts people want to share on this topic, education?
Yeah, I wrote this sticky about, let's see, what exactly did I say? Identifying possible improvements to state policy and funding regarding accessibility, especially as it pertains to 504 IEP and all those things. We happen to live in the context of a federal administration that's trying to get rid of the Department of Education, which is responsible for the oversight and enforcement of most of our laws pertaining to student civil rights and other things like that. Before I did any of this stuff, I had a background in behavioral therapy. And even back then, before all this happened, there's huge gaps and significant needs for addressing the inclusivity and the accessibility of our public schools. A lot of parents are being burdened, as well as their kids, with trying to access public schools, not necessarily being given the support that they're supposed to, and they're kind of being funneled into charter and private schools to try to get those needs met. So I think it's important to have that centered in this conversation because that is a big deal that was already a significant problem. It's only getting worse.
Thank you. And what I'm noticing is as these ideas come forward, every single category is going to have a policy ramification. So this is going to help you as you're looking for what policies you want to weigh in on. But, also the point about where the gaps are, because we're identifying some that there may not be anything proposed, and that may be part of your work. So anything else someone wants to share on education?
I think part of what you said is like there are things that there are existing gaps and there are no proposals. My sticky was on recommending additions to the California State Educational Curriculum. So one thing that I think our commission could do perhaps in a single meeting or in a relatively, I think, short time frame is to review the existing California educational curriculum and offerings and then suggest additions. One I would have suggested personally from my own experience in high school was that I noticed there's a distinct lack of financial literacy education, as in students graduate and they don't understand the tax system. They don't understand how to manage personal economics and financial literacy. Luckily, I think in 2024, Governor Newsom signed a bill created by the state legislature to make financial literacy education mandatory, a mandatory offering in all California high schools starting 2027. So I think there's an appetite to do that. So but I think there are a lot of areas where we could still add additional comments. For example, I think another commissioner made a note on AI. So maybe recommending a unit within existing class on spotting disinformation in news and how to appropriately consume information as a concerned citizen. That could be a really great addition to an existing civics class curriculum within the US or within California.
Okay, do we have a sticky that captures that, I hope?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Want to make sure
It's an essay as well.
there are, okay. Don't want to lose any of these nuggets here. Okay, let us move along now, unless anyone has something they want to add. Okay, go ahead.
I had one last quick note. A lot of my stickies, I had the one on AI, workforce skill gap, and digital access. I've been thinking a lot about how education as a field is changing so rapidly in the digital age, and also what the evolution of technology. And a lot of times the policies that were created are, even if they're only like 5 to 10 years old, they're already falling behind. And I wonder how our commission can like help provide recommendations to educational leaders and the superintendent of schools to keep policy more up to speed with the current reality of being a student today. So I think it would be great if we could somehow like collect that data or, hear from personal experience of youth and then share that upwards toward the leaders of education.
I think it's absolutely great that you shared that. This kind of falls a little bit outside of our scope, but and there's so much, I guess, research and so many articles today about how our youth are really struggling with their literacy rates, and we have youth like 6th and 8th graders that have made history because they are falling below like national standards on like their reading, writing, and speaking skills. We have 6th graders who are misspelling words and have trouble writing paragraphs or even words that they learned in kindergarten as like their sight words. So I think us looking over the curriculum and then also just being cognizant of the fact that our youth are struggling with their literacy is so important.
Discussing curriculum is deeply important. And like you just mentioned, there is a very specific time period, 5 years since, as we know it, the pandemic happened. And the ramifications of that are actively hindering many, many students still to this day. So absolutely adjusting the curriculum in a way that is supportive to all of these youth, depending on where they are and this, like their unique struggles, especially with 504s and IEPs, and supporting programs that exist for the purpose of helping families and helping students to get all of their needs met. How can we support these youth in ensuring that individual counties, whether that is like local offices of education, are following through on, maintaining those programs for 504s and IEPs? Because there are some counties that do a really great job of it, and there are other counties that do not. So is there a way for us to follow up on that and see, is it a curriculum problem or is it a problem with the individual agencies maintaining those programs and maintaining access to those programs?
Do you want to define an IEP in 504 for our audience, if in case they don't know what it is?
Yes, absolutely. An IEP is an individualized education plan, and essentially that is if a student is falling behind, if they're struggling, then the school will step in and say, hey, the student needs more support, and then we'll work on that. A 504 plan is more related to educational disabilities. So if you're struggling with a physical or psychological disability, the school can work with your physician and help create a plan for success in school.
Thank you.
I,
Okay,
I
we-
just
we all
wanted
learned something. Go ahead, Jake.
Sorry. I just wanted to add on to what Jessica was saying earlier about technology. I think that there needs to be technology education in our schools on technological literacy because I feel like historically there's just been this attitude toward technology and especially new technology instead of like teaching our kids how to use it in the correct ways. We kind of just try to take it away altogether and it does not work at all. And it's funny because it's kind of a double standard because, for example, AI, not allowed in schools at all. Very big thing, but we have seen professors and teachers and staff members over and over use AI in their everyday lives, and it's not something we can necessarily avoid. And so to prevent misuse of technology and the raising rates of cybercrime, I think technology literacy is a big thing to bring up in schools.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we ready to tackle H? All right, so this is actions focused on sustained civic engagement. This had a lot of practical vision items rolled up into it. We are looking at strong civic responsibilities, powerful young government, intentionally impactful partnerships, youth-led policies. We're seeing our historic precedents showing up again, unclear accountability measures within the legislature. The key finding, this was very interesting, and this came up in our discussions earlier, is that even for many who are civically engaged, opportunities are often single points in time rather than sustained engagement in the decision-making process. Some of the opportunities that were highlighted in the current state assessment were begin civic engagement at an earlier age, journalism as medium for youth engagement and social change, and incentivize youth engagement compensation. So you guys are already on it. I love it. Okay. So, yep, we're filling an H there. And then I moved a couple of items that came up in earlier discussions in the vicinity in case they're useful. So, yeah, don't grab the board. Put it back. Yeah, I'll wait and do housekeeping after you type. I'll leave it alone. Does the Rhino need a sticky to type into? Or getting a random text box, so we don't know what to do with that. Okay, there you go. So funny. I don't know who anybody is on yours. Okay, we are getting all kinds of data here. So I'm going to start reading some of what I'm seeing and invite any of you that have written cards to share. We've got create principles of engagement to share with an emphasis on sustained engagement. Voter registration campaign organized by CYEC plus partners. Democracy Day is a good day to start. Partnering with orgs like Headcount, Voter Reg at concerts to meet youth where they are. 16-year-old voting age for school board elections. City of Berkeley implemented this through Measure Y1. Government classes provide opportunity for students to register to vote, plus voting education. Encourage partners to formalize their engagement efforts, pay youth for their time and expertise. Accessible, youth-friendly, and welcoming meeting spaces. Inclusive and accessible language in government. Fight against current attacks on voter inclusion and accessibility. Create toolkit for partners. Okay, we've got 2 of these toolkits, so I'm going to take one of them out. So, paid civic engagement leave from work and school. Civic engagement pathway for students. Creating a youth voters guide during big statewide elections, nationwide, etc. Oh, that's fun. We've got a link here to Measure Y1. Thank you for that. Okay, we have an interactive engagement. Okay, would anyone like to say more about your stickies? Yes. Oh, and Melanie, there you are. Hi, please share.
Hi, so the one that I wrote on here was civic engagement pathways for students, and I thought this one might need like a little bit more context just because I don't know if it's very clear just the way I wrote it on there. I recently had a discussion with a student, and she mentioned that her school, and she's in high school, she's a senior, she mentioned that her school is having like a law pathway in a way, and this is where students take classes that are oriented to their like certain career pathway, and one of them was like more policies, um, which I thought was really cool, especially if a student is already gravitating towards that direction. And also from what she talked about, I'm not exactly sure, but that they also gave like presentations to other students in their high school about policies. So I thought that was really insightful.
Thank you. And you got a sticky on that, as I saw, right? That was the civic engagement pathway for students. Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to share about your stickies? You don't have to, but if it, I want to hear more about this Measure Y1 since it got a whole link for us to learn more.
Yeah, I posted that one. I'm based here in the Bay Area. I live in San Francisco, but I heard about the city of Berkeley passing this measure during the last election cycle. So it's a really interesting example of a great local implementation of civic engagement and empowerment. It makes total sense because who are the people who are impacted by the school boards and local school leadership? Obviously, youth. So this measure allowed 16 and 17-year-olds, in addition to 18-year-olds, to vote in a school board election. And so not only does that give them power and participation into the local school board, it also introduces them to the process of voting and registering to vote. So it was just passed last year. So I would be curious to see like long-term what kind of metrics they'll collect and if it will improve like voter registration over the years. But yeah, just expanding that age because 16-year-olds have, reached a point of development and maturity where they are totally able to vote and participate in that way. So I think it's great to encourage that at a younger age.
Thank you. All right, we have one left, folks. One left. So I know, woo. All right, so this last one is and it is. Let me get
We're already all
Yeah,
on.
where are we? Okay, it's to the right of where we just were. I'm gonna do a summon to make this easier. I don't know if it got its own thing on the board. Okay, so this is actions focused on universal basic needs. housing, food security, mental health, et cetera. So mental health might go in here as well. We had practical vision elements were universal basic needs, youth creative development, intentionally impactful partnerships. Underlying contradictions were profit-driven systems enforce materialistic policies, competition for resources and disconnected collaborations creates disillusionment and discouragement. And key finding, education and mental health challenges as top issues impacting youth. So that item we weren't sure about with education, we could move it here if you wanted to. So go ahead, you're going to be on item 26. Oh, you're already on it. This is great. I'm sitting here riffing and you're just typing away. Okay. So we've got understand how county commissions define basic needs in their communities. Connect with centers and orgs already serving their communities. They know their needs best. Explore the possibility of GBI programs, guaranteed basic income. Defend existing programs against funding cuts. Analyze data from UBI pilot programs to see success rates and barriers. Identify programs and funding for programs that have not been optimized or utilized efficiently. Launching awareness campaign with specific orgs such as AAJC, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, to bring awareness to existing programs. Okay, anyone care to share about your stickies? Any deeper thoughts that your 3 to 7 words isn't giving justice to?
Sure, I added the first two, understand how county commissions or local commissions essentially define basic needs in their communities. I find that each community, youth in different communities need different things. Some have a higher priority on like healthcare versus some have higher priority on education. So understanding what that looks like in each of those communities. And then the second one is explore the possibility of GBI programs, guaranteed basic income programs. I understand there are already some in California, I believe too. And I only put that because I had the privilege of working on one for community college students in Los Angeles. And it was an incredibly wonderful program. And there's incredible research that backs up just the benefits of having a GBI program. And so maybe, I'm not saying implement one, but explore it.
Thank you.
I also wrote a little bit about guaranteed basic income programs. Like you said, there are some in California that have been implemented. I do think that we should look into the data from these pilot programs, just to see how it does support these youth, but also look at the issues that have come with it. Because I have seen some pilot programs, and the kind of main issue that I see is barrier to access and barrier to knowledge of these programs. And so I think that that would be a big thing to kind of focus on when it comes to universal basic needs. But there are definitely a lot of local guaranteed basic income programs throughout the state that specifically are targeted towards youth and targeted towards marginalized communities. And I think we can learn a lot from them and their data, and even hearing directly from those who participated in those programs.
Thank you. We're getting a few new ones added. Anyone want to add some thoughts?
I can add some clarification on mine. I wrote connect with centers and organizations that already serve their communities. So the thought behind this was just once again not having to reinvent the wheel, if not improve it. Again, it just goes back to how like a lot of these centers and organizations, whether it be I know like the University of California already has this Center for Basic Needs system, different university centers, housing resources, food resources, and everything that goes along with that list. They already know their communities very intimately. They know the needs that that community already has. So being able to connect with these already pre-established centers and organizations and seeing how the commission can offer itself possibly as a resource and support system without having to completely reinvent a system.
Thank you. Trevor?
I said increase enforcement of state mandates for wait times for providers receiving state contracts. State law already mandates maximum wait times between appointments for mental health especially, but those aren't being enforced very well. Not going to name names, but certain organizations receiving a lot of state funding are supposed to have a maximum of 2 weeks between appointments for patients, and they're giving providers, in some cases, upwards of 1,000 clients at one time, which obviously means you're not getting seen every 2 weeks. So given especially the prevalence of mental health problems in our generation, I think it's a pretty acute need to actually increase the enforcement of the laws that are already on the books and consider enforcing those better rather than giving these very lucrative contracts to the same agencies year after year.
Okay, so looking back at our, things that are in our lane that are ours to do, how can we tie that to one of your prerogatives as a commission? Are there certain policies you want to be looking for? Are there certain agencies you want to connect with?
I would have to look into more of the specifics to give you like a maybe like one specific target and who we would specifically work with. But especially as it pertains to everything that's going on right now with Medicaid, I think that would be very relevant for exploring the possibilities of how we're allocating funding going to schools and state providers specifically for youth mental health programs and psychology departments in our schools.
Okay, thank you. All right. I am looking at our dais and recognizing we probably need a break. Lunch has kicked in, and so do we need to do something official to take like a 5 to 10 minute break? And then we'll reconvene and we'll do the next step. Do we have to have
By
public comment?
common
on this?
consent, we can move our break that we have built into the agenda into now, which is in 30 minutes, and then we'll move directly from the wrap up of this agenda item into my executive director's report.
Cool. So what time should we be back?
2:47.
All right, thank you. We'll see you in a bit.
This meeting is called back to order at 2:52 p.m. And I will pass it over to Raven so that we can do our closing remarks for this activity.
Okay, thank you. So we have one thing left to do. I hinted at it earlier. We are going to cluster these groups of things that we've just filled in all these squares with, according to similar intent. So what we'll end up with will be probably 3 or 4, but it could be more. I suspect maybe 3 or 4. These will be your strategic directions. So I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to read just the top section. So like identify and prioritize current legislation is a category. Not all the things in it. Those will help us later. Draft model legislation addressing youth issues. And connect with electeds, commissions, government agencies. Then we had a very large category for connect county youth commissions, elevate voices of marginalized youth, overcome barriers to access to youth programs and services. We had promote dynamic inclusive education, also a lot of content. Encourage sustained youth civic engagement and advance access to universal basic needs. So let's start off with at least 2 of these that are moving in the same direction that have a similar intent. So I'm going to ask no one touch the board while I do this because it'll prevent me from moving things. So 2 of these rectangles that are moving in the same direction. So just tell me 2 of them and I'll move them.
D and H.
Oh, thank you. So D and H are moving in the same direction. And the letter is a really good way to do that. Thank you.
I would say F and I as well.
F and I, okay. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you what that is. So we now have overcome barriers to access and advance access to universal basic needs. Now, those both have access in them. Do they have the same intent? I'm just going to check in as we go on these. The same intent.
I would say yes, because they
Okay.
both come down to breaking down barriers and walls and knowledge gaps.
Okay, thank you. Any others that look like they have a similar intent that are moving in the same direction? So we have like these A, B, and C are already kind of in that zone. Any thoughts?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is A, B, and C. I feel like they're kind of in line with like the legislative priorities and actions that we want to do.
Okay,
I feel like C connects more with D.
okay. I'm gonna move C down and that would go with D. Promote dynamic inclusive education.
Oh, no, sorry. I meant D, connect county youth commissions with connect with electeds, commissions, and government agencies.
Okay, where did that, oh, here it is. It's up here now.
Not sure if we want to
Okay.
combine those.
Okay, so D would go with. I'm
C.
sorry, C. Okay, so I'm gonna move that down. Move this over. So that's why, whoa. Uh, That's why these were all on these little sliding platforms here. Okay. So let me move C now. C should be with which one? I'm sorry, D should be with which one?
I felt like it was similar to C, but I'm curious to hear others' thoughts on that as well.
Okay, well, let's see what we have here. So C was about connect with electeds, commissions, government agencies. And D was Connect County Youth Commission. So there's a connection theme.
I think E should go with direction 2.
Okay. So that was with advanced access. So we've got elevate voices of marginalized youth, advance access to universal basic needs, and overcome barriers to access as a group. Are those moving in the same direction?
I I do think that it can in some ways, but I do at the same time maybe think that it would go more with the encourage sustained youth civic engagement. It just depends on what we're doing. If we're elevating these marginalized voices when it comes to their needs or raising them within government. And then as far as the C and D conversation, I do feel like those would be separate and that the D would go with the first direction just because it's more focused on youth youth commissions themselves and like kind of engaging them in civic engagement. And then I believe like our connection with the elected officials and commissions and government agencies um is more with the A and B because it's more of us trying to build relationships in order to prioritize and pass legislation. But again, I don't know if anybody has any opinions on that.
Okay, well, let's start. We've kind of got a starting point, and then we may change it when we have a little discussion here. So over to the right, you'll see there's a list of words. And for any of you English majors, these are all gerunds. They all end in ing. And basically what we're going to name is that arrow tip that currently says direction 1 or 2. So if we are doing, let me just read some of these. So if we are connecting county youth commissions and we're elevating voices of marginalized youth and we're encouraging sustained youth civic engagement, you can choose one of these words or make up your own. What are we moving in the direction of by all of those three things happening?
I would say empowering, but
Okay.
I think a lot of the words work.
Okay, so what are we empowering here? I'm just going to kind of use a scratch paper here for a digital scratch paper. Empowering, what are we empowering?
This first one feels like kind of just like youth empowerment. There's youth in every single one of the subheadings. And it's not like we're adding anything new to any of these. We're just helping bolster and giving them a leg up or maybe linking them together. And I don't think that that's necessarily creating anything new.
Okay. So again, this was connecting with youth commissions, elevating voices of marginalized youth, and encouraging sustained youth civic engagement. So what are we moving in the direction of with those three together?
To Commissioner Madison's point, I believe amplifying might be a great word if you're
Okay.
supporting what exists already.
Okay. So amplifying, what are we amplifying?
Say youth voice and leadership.
Maybe you and voice. Okay. Okay, so we're going to use this as kind of a temporary name for this.
So back when D connect county youth commissions and C connect with electeds, commissions, and government agencies were in one direction, that kind of made me think of like coalition building, like kind of how we were talking about stakeholder engagement. And the title that came to my mind was, um, um, launching collaboration or catalyzing collaboration, because I think essentially that's the direction we're going in, so as to prevent silos from forming. Um, but that's just because I felt they are all kind of fell under the theme of collaboration and coalition building and stakeholder engagement, which is why I thought they should be together.
Okay,
But curious
well,
to hear what others' thoughts are.
let's revisit it. That's why we're starting to add titles now. So how would we make a distinction between amplifying youth voice and leadership and catalyzing collaboration? Is the collaboration mostly with other youth, or is it collaborations with, government agencies or legislators, or what are what defines that collaboration? What's the distinction we're making?
I feel like it's kind of hard with a lot of these because it can go in a lot of different directions depending on what our focus is under these. Because I do agree that they do go together in one way, and then it goes with other ones in another way. It's just, yeah, so we are collaborating with youth, but I feel like the the main kind of goal with youth is more so amplifying their voice, but I like collaboration with youth as well, so it's hard because I feel like with collaboration so much more goes under it, like with youth serving organizations and again families and communities that support youth as well.
So if we look at the word intent, similar intent, does that help tease out a distinction? Like, what's our intent with encouraging sustained youth civic engagement? What's our ultimate intent for doing that?
To amplify youth voice, I think like all of these are to amplify youth voice at the top. For me personally, I feel like with all three of the top ones, it would be my biggest intent would be to amplify their voice. But again, with the connecting county youth commissions, we're also wanting to collaborate with them and build off of their work. And so again, it's hard because it kind of goes into both of them for me as far as intent.
When I think about the charge of the commission and being the bridge to youth voice in government, I think you all serve as that bridge between youth voice, community, local commissions, and state government. So thinking about developing or creating or establishing those relationships or those collaborative relationships may be a great direction to go in as well. Because you're right, each relationship is necessary, but essentially to bridge a gap, to amplify that voice to the state government for change.
Okay, should we have a direction title that starts with bridging or connecting? Because as I'm hearing it, the amplifying is amplifying something that's already in place.
Yeah, from what Director Wallace was saying, I do think it would fit under direction one because yes, we are collaborating with youth and their work, but it is ultimately the ultimate intent in doing that collaboration is to amplify their youth voice and leadership, particularly in government. So that's what I would say.
Okay, so does it make sense to keep D with E and H then in the first group? Are those all within amplifying youth voice and leadership? Seeing some nods. Let's take a look at some of these down here near the bottom. What's currently direction 4? We've got promote dynamic inclusive education with connect with the electeds, commissions, and government agencies. I'm kind of wondering about that pairing.
Yeah, I think that was put there just because it was left over from like the confusion between like D and C. I would put C back with direction 3. Because wait. Yeah. I would put it with direction 3, and I don't think that that one would be catalyzing collaboration without the D there. I think that would be, I'm trying to look for the word. I'm not sure what word we want to go with on here, but basically, like, I guess creating legislation that supports youth.
We'll start with that. And feel free to wordsmith at any point. So right now we're toying with creating legislation that supports youth. And that is all in that direction. Okay, let's see what happened down here with what was a direction 4. We just have promote dynamic, inclusive education, and it's by itself. Is there anything that needs to be with that?
I would say that it could go into what's now direction 2, possibly.
Agree.
That kind of
Okay.
makes sense to me.
So let's try it over there. So now we have promote dynamic inclusive education with advance access to universal basic needs and overcome barriers to access youth programs and services. Do those feel like they have a similar intent?
Improving youth well-being.
Okay. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So I'm going to put this amplifying youth voice and leadership in direction 1. And of course, these things never fit, right?
I'm wondering if anyone could help like workshop direction 3. That's just like part of it. I'm trying to figure out the right words for it, but it is like just basically using the legislative process to better support youth. But I'm trying to figure out what way we would word that, because I don't think just creating legislation encompasses that whole like legislative process that we're going to be a part of.
For direction 2, in my personal opinion, I think that G could stand alone by itself, as I believe that I and F are more about accessibility and removing barriers.
Okay.
Second thought, I think education is strong enough to stand alone because basic needs and youth programs, youth services are kind of their own category.
I would argue against that. I think it does improve well-being for youth. I would argue that education is a basic need for youth. And I would argue that education is also a youth service. And I would also argue that we are fighting for better access to education for youth. So I do feel like it all would connect under the improving youth well-being.
If I may, as I think about subcommittees, resources, skill set experiences, and folks dedicating time to these specific direction areas, can you all consider that in this conversation as well? Will education be lost in universal basic needs, or will it support in that conversation? And I'm not gonna say my opinion on that, but I just want you guys to consider that component.
So these are for like ad hoc subcommittee type things?
Well,
Is
that's
this-
the direction that we're gonna move in as we are
Okay.
clear on our direction, is really having more time for discussion in each of these
Yeah.
areas.
Okay, yeah, I would totally agree with that then, that it should be separate, because I didn't understand that it was gonna be subcommittees. If it is gonna be subcommittees and focuses, I do think that education should stand on its own thing, since it is such a big topic on its own.
For direction, oh, I guess it was 3, but I remember somebody, I don't remember who, saying maybe changing the verbiage of it. Is that something that people still want? Because I was thinking maybe instead of creating, we can say like reimagining legislation that supports youth, or like revitalizing legislation that supports youth.
Okay, I'm just kind of throwing things in as you say them. I've got reimagining. Do we have any other potential words?
I'm wondering if we can like even change that, because I don't think it's just specifically about legislation. I think it's about policy as well, and I do think it's more about the legislative process itself than the legislation itself. Because we all are also wanting to connect and build relationships with like elected electorals and like commissions and stuff, and then also we want to speak on hearings and write letters with priorities. So I think it goes further than legislation there. I'm just, again, struggling on the wording for that. I would say maybe pursuing the legislative process to better support youth. But again, I'm not completely sure about that.
And maybe, oh, go ahead.
How about centering youth in policymaking?
And I was going to throw out that a lot of your original practical vision titles are kind of in this neighborhood. So you had youth-led policies, you had powerful young government, you had strong civic responsibilities. So if any of those words or concepts are helpful for this, that might help. So, but we've got centering youth in policymaking as a current option. Are we good with that right now? Okay, let's get down to what's now direction 2. We were looking at improving youth well-being as a possibility. That included advance access to universal basic needs and overcome barriers to access. We have other thoughts on a name?
I was thinking prioritizing youth quality of life.
Okay. And the way this works is if you have another idea, pop on out with it, so. Okay, so we're currently at prioritizing youth quality of life. And then we have our education category. So right now it's promote dynamic and inclusive education. What could we do with that as a title?
Maybe expanding the scope and sites of learning for youth in California or something like that.
I'm sorry, you dropped off on my audio. Expanding.
Expanding, oh, I forgot the second word I was gonna say. Expanding and did someone remember what I just said? It totally just lost me.
I don't remember exactly what you said, but it was something along the lines of expanding educational.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Expanding the scopes and sites in which learning occurs.
Okay. Can we find a little bit more concise way of capturing that? There's a lot of good thoughts in there.
Can I ask for some clarification super quick? Do you mean like, expanding like the setting where education takes place, like outside the 4 walls of a classroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I said sites, I meant SIT. So like,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Sites. That's like location. Ah, the English language, okay. Anything we want to adjust on this?
I would like to propose an alternative title.
Okay, what you got?
Something a bit shorter. Expanding, oh no, it just left my
Oh,
brain.
Oh, no.
See, we all got it. It's the end of the day, you can tell. It'll come back to me.
Okay, it looks like Trevor has an idea, so.
Dare I say, we already almost have a really good title on what we have up there. We just make it promoting dynamic and inclusive education.
What do you think?
I kind of like it.
I had a suggestion as well, building a resilient education system. But I guess resiliency is like a new concept or a different way to think about it.
I was going to say improving access and quality of education for youth.
Okay, so we have these three right now. There's another one that probably got past me. We had expanding the scopes and sites in which learning occurs, promoting dynamic and inclusive education, improving access and quality of education for youth. Or some combo of those together. So,
I do like the word resilient.
oh, that was the
Yeah,
one I
mine
missed.
was,
Thank you. Okay. Oh, yay, someone's on it. Okay, building resilient education system. Something. Okay, building a resilient education system. Was there more to it? That was yours, right, Wednesday?
That was
Did you? I had my head down. Who had resilient? Ah, thank you. Okay, did we get it right?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, we're gonna set aside expanding scopes and sites for now. And let's pick amongst these three or something. What do we think? Are we strongly drawn to one of these for some particular reason?
I like the second one, specifically because it talks about access and quality. Because I feel like accessibility was a big part of the conversation. Quality was a big part of the conversation. I feel like it's simple enough as well.
I added dynamic to the resilient education system phrase.
Okay.
I feel like
Okay. I was going to say I like the third one because I believe the word resilient encompasses all parts of the other sticky notes that we had mentioned. And I think that the word system is really important to me because it shows that we're creating something that's meant to be long lasting beyond our tenure here.
Out of curiosity, would you mind expanding on what exactly you mean by resilience in this context?
I can speak a bit to what I was thinking since we had so many discussions, and Commissioner Andrea also touched on the struggles that youth are facing in education and they're falling behind. So to me, resilience meant approaching all of those ongoing issues. Like every year, there will be something new. With every generation, there will be something new, and the education system needs to continually adapt to that and build in the resiliency to adapt to new challenges all the time.
I do like that, but I'm wondering if we can switch dynamic to something like inclusive or accessible, because I feel like resilient does kind of capture the dynamic part of it. Because, like you said, it is changing, and we will adapt to that, and that kind of goes to the resilience piece of it. But I do think, again, we talk a lot about accessibility and inclusion within there, and so I think that we should put that in somewhere in our title.
I have a clarifying question. So with the subheadings, like the G that says promote dynamic inclusive education, is that going to make it into the final presentation of this, or is it only going to be, okay?
Yeah, it was to get us to here. So like all the other workshops we've been doing in this process, you'll remember that, you know, we'd have all the sticky notes and then we would name the column. And then the name of the column would become your practical vision element and so forth. So these arrows that we're naming right now that capture all of the stuff in there, these are your strategic directions. So if that helps narrow down which one of these names is the best candidate. But ideally, it should cover most of the themes of what was on those sticky notes.
I don't want to get too into semantics here. I just keep getting hung up on the word resilient specifically. I use it a lot just in the day-to-day conversation. And I feel like in this specific context, and the reason why I asked was I feel like more accurately it's adaptability, which in and of itself implies the ability to adapt as needed at no notice, and being prepared to adapt to every possible spontaneous event that could happen in any unique student's life. So looking at it from like the adaptable perspective, yes, does it have to be a resilient system? Absolutely. It has to be able to handle a large amount of that. But I feel like it loses its meaning if we don't specify, like, especially since if we're going to lose the word dynamic, which is the other half of that I feel like is really important, is specifying we want it to be a complex system that can change as needed. And I feel like resilient has an overall connotation of talking about strength almost exclusively and not really about meeting people where they are necessarily.
Okay, thoughts on that?
I like that a lot.
So we have one potential building an inclusive and adaptable education system. Or do we want accessible? Accessible, inclusive preferences.
I think accessible and inclusive are synonyms in this specific context. So I'm going to vote for accessible and adaptable just because I like the wording.
Sorry. Sorry. I like inclusive just because accessible refers more to access, but I feel like inclusive covers accessibility. We want to make sure that everybody has access to it, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel like it's inclusive is a more inclusive term, I guess. Because I feel like when we think of accessible, a lot of times we're thinking about connecting kids that have a hard time just reaching the same how am I trying to say this? Like reaching the same expectations and levels of education that other kids do. And so like meeting kids with like disabilities or mental health issues or system impacted youth, but also inclusivity can talk about like youth of color, queer youth. And so as on top of that, and so again, I feel like inclusive is a little bit more inclusive in that sense of the word.
Sorry, this is also getting into semantics, but if I may propose a word that combines both accessible and inclusive, maybe equitable instead, because I have an understanding of the word inclusive that within that word, it insinuates that there's like an in group and an out group. And I think it's important that we are like making a title that levels everybody and like has like that approach to equity rather than kind of centering it on integration.
It's a bit of an odd situation. We are trying to avoid and get around using the word equity, for mostly because of its current connotation, and also because I feel like we can be a bit more exact with our wording and exactly what our purpose is, what our goal is. Equity is very generalized, and while it is ultimately the goal, there are a lot of different ways in which we could word it that would make it a lot more clear what our specific direction is. At least with this focused area.
Okay, Trevor, then I think Shay, you have another comment?
I was just gonna say that if we did go the route of avoiding that specific word just because of the current context politically, we probably also have to avoid inclusive as well. So we have to make a decision on if we choose to kind of stand by those words or if we go the route of using accessibility or accessible.
I happen to know of a commissioner who would likely like to speak on this issue if you're interested. Shay.
Again, I feel like just accessibility leaves a lot of people outside of the conversation because technically our education is accessible for a lot of these youth, but doesn't mean that it's equitable. Um, because when we talk about access, again, a lot of the times we're talking about it's connotated with disabilities and that's usually what people would assume when we're talking about that. And so a lot of people already have access to education, but they aren't being treated equally in education. I don't think it's right to erase a whole group of youth just because of the political terms. People can think about these political terms however they want to, but ultimately this this commission itself was built to be equitable and inclusive. I don't like the idea that we're trying to take that out of our language. It's in the legislation that every single or the majority of us should have some type of diverse experience, and we all do. We all have some type of diverse or marginalized experience, and I don't think that we should erase that either in our own work or when we're speaking about youth. I feel like that's kind of the opposite of what we should be doing as a commission, and I can talk a lot about it. Ultimately, with this whole point, if we do want to talk about it, we can sit here and we can comply with the political concepts of these words and not acknowledge our diverse and equitable and inclusive kind of goals and youth. And what is that going to bring us to? It's going to bring us to kind of the same issue that we've been facing, where youth feel unheard, they don't feel included, they feel like they're kind of talking at a screen and we're not able to acknowledge their diverse experiences or do anything about them really. And then, that puts us as a risk of not being able to do our jobs, being either taken down by the public or by ourselves, because ultimately I don't want to have to erase my identity or my youth's identity to be able to do my own work, to be able to sit at a governor's table. I'm not serving the governor, I'm not serving the government, I'm serving youth. Or we can use these words, say what we're trying to say, serve the youth, get them engaged in government, have that risk of, oh, maybe the governor is not going to like it, maybe the federal government's not going to like it, maybe they'll take us down. But ultimately, if we are serving the youth, if we are serving the community, if we're making these connections, we have those people that stand behind us. So do we want to, it's a question of who do we want to stand behind us? Because ultimately we are at a risk either way. Do we want the governor and the government to stand behind us, or do we want our youth and our communities to stand behind us? And who do we want to include in this conversation?
So given that,
We've laid out a lot of our priorities. So as a commission, we have to decide, are we going to push forward and continue using this language?
If I may,
Really quickly, thank you, Commissioner Shea, for your honesty and transparency. And we are in a unique position where in order to move legislation forward, in order to make sure that we're moving this direction towards being inclusive and equitable, we do have to make sure that it is, once again, that bridge between our communities, our most vulnerable, our most disadvantaged young people, and our government. So it's unfortunately not an either or. We do have to create language that's a bridge between the two so that we can move the needle towards justice for serving our young people and community.
if I may, I think we don't have to draw generalizations in the sense that a word may or may not erase who we're representing or what we stand for. I think at the end of the day, we can channel our mission and our values and our priorities through our actions and what our priorities communicate to the youth across California. And I think a common theme that I heard in this discussion by all of us is that we really value a fair opportunities in education. And so that really made me think of building a fair and adaptable education system, I still really like resilient because I think and resilient to me means like whether it's a positive or negative experience, we're standing still and we're standing strong regardless. But I think we've moved on to adaptable. And I think at the end of the day, that communicates that we're prioritizing and we value that youth across California have opportunities in education, whether it's high school, community college, private universities, or public universities.
So I added to the list, building a fair and adaptable education system. So right now, any other thoughts?
I wanted to retouch upon the adaptable and resilient wording. I am leaning more towards resilient because I believe that to be adaptable is to be resilient. I think back to like COVID, and for the most part, I think we were all in virtual classrooms, Zooms, whatever that looked like for every commissioner, but we had to adapt, and to adapt, we had to be resilient. So from that vantage point, I really do think that resilient, that word in itself just encompasses so much power and adaptability in itself. So I'm backing more resilient only because I feel like it channels this this individualized and collective power, if anything. So that's my take on the wording of those two.
I think the answer may have been right in front of us this whole time, commissioners. Building a adaptable and resilient education system, which I feel like conveys that we want it to be adaptable to each individual, to each person, to the entire system as a whole, while simultaneously having the strength, resilience, and longevity to continue putting in that effort to adapt and to redesign systems as needed.
I would just say we can move away from the equitable and inclusion like words for now, if that's what everybody wants to do, because ultimately I think it is a bigger conversation. Like these words are everywhere in all of our like strategic planning and mission and like everywhere. So it's going to be a conversation that we're going to have outside of this anyways. But I do think that fair doesn't necessarily encompass it because again, we hear it all the time that like it isn't always necessarily fair. It's supposed to be, again, equitable, but it gets another word for it because not everybody's going to need the same thing. Obviously, people have different needs, and that's kind of the problem, is that we need to meet different youth where they're at. And so I think that there can be like a misconception about what we're trying to reach there. And again, I do think that we need to make sure that there's conversation about that outside of adaptable and resilient, because again, there's a lot of stuff on the sticky notes about accessibility when it comes to like 504 plans and IEPs and different stuff like that. So I think that we need to do something like that. I'm okay with even putting accessibility or something like that. Because we do talk about accessibility in like terms of affordability as well. And so maybe that can be a thing, but I don't think that we should take that kind of language out of it completely.
I just want to say that I acknowledge what you're saying, Commissioner Shane. I don't think that we should necessarily move away from the words equity and inclusion, because you're right. That's the intention of this commission, is to serve those most underserved young people. I think we have to be very clear in what we mean by that. We understand that we're moving in this direction. Once we establish those goals, overarching goals for the strategic plan and the objectives, really spelling out what does that mean? Because I do think a lot of folks do hide behind the words equity and inclusion, and they don't necessarily, for lack of a better term, create equitable access. They don't do the things to serve those different marginalized communities that are highlighted within those sticky notes. So I don't want to set that tone that we're moving away from those words, those concepts, and that those values, honestly, of who we are. So as you said, continued conversation about what exactly do we mean as we're standing behind those words in service of our community members.
Yeah, I didn't mean that we were moving away from those values like completely. I just like for the last one, I was just saying that we should include something about that in there. But I was just saying that we can avoid those words if that's what people are more comfortable with for now until we have a bigger conversation about it. Because again, like if you look all throughout our strategic plan and our mission and vision, they're in there. And so it's gonna be something that we're gonna have to talk about anyways. But for like the purpose of this, I think that we can move away from it if not everybody's comfortable with it. But I do think that something should be included in that title.
If I may suggest, I'll make one last suggestion. Maybe building a barrierless and resilient education system. Because I feel like it captures the ethos of what we were trying to achieve with the equity, inclusion, and accessibility conversation, while also not compromising on the topic of resiliency and adaptability over time and adapting to the times and the needs of students.
Raven, do you mind, sorry, my laptop died. Do you mind zooming into the individual sticky notes so we can see what we wrote
Oh,
and see
sure,
the
I can do
themes?
that for you. Let's see what we had that got us here. Okay.
Whoever's, yeah, thank you.
I guess I'm wondering with the value of avoiding duplication, if we really need two adjectives. It seems like we're pretty aligned on resilience. It can just be building a resilient education system.
I just want to call out some themes I'm seeing in here. Digital literacy seems to be very common amongst these. And I think there is a bit about like workforce preparation, essentially improving, modernizing our education system to some extent. So I would suggest adding something around digital literacy, or honestly, something around modernizing and expanding our education system.
Okay, if I may, I guess that my hope is that we're not getting lost in the semantics, because I feel like, as Commissioner Torres was saying earlier, I don't think that this is the hill that we want to die on, and that our actions will ultimately speak louder than the specific wording that we use. So I would just like to echo what Chair Pope said earlier, and I think that adaptable and resilient works. And I understand that there are going to be individual differences in how we feel the best wording should be. But I think, at least in my mind, our goal should always be to execute our strategic plan.
And I think that in the spirit of being adaptable and resilient, if our direction changes, we can always change this.
Yes.
This is just a consensus for now, but if we decide like, actually, we're more focused on this goal later, and we find something else that echoes more closely to what we are trying to achieve, we can always adjust it. But I feel like adaptable and resilient is the tone that we're trying to set here, at least for right now.
Could we zoom out and see where we land in all four directions? In aggregate?
Yes, for all of them? Okay.
Yeah, let's see
So
that
what
well.
we have right now is amplifying youth voice and leadership, centering youth in policymaking, prioritizing youth quality of life, and building an adaptable and resilient educational system.
And I'm gonna echo what I was saying. I think we should put accessibility in there. There's like several of them on there with accessibility. I do feel, again, the conversation, adaptability and resilience kind of go hand in hand. And so if we're talking about kind of the, what's it called? I can't remember the word, but like repeating things, I feel like that is kind of repetitive. But again, like we're talking about accessibility outside of identity here. So I feel like we're talking about it as well. So I feel like, again, that should be in the conversation no matter what. Because I know we can say that language isn't as important as actions, but language is very important in this context as well. And I don't think that I think it should be here to remind us what we're trying to achieve.
Could we go with building an accessible and resilient education system? Trevor, you have the mic ready to go.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I hear everyone's different ideas and all of them are really important. But I feel like we're really stuck right now, kind of debating things that really like we all understand what we're talking about. So of course it's important to be precise with our words, but it's also important to be effective with how we're spending our time and how we're choosing to use our energy. I think that with all the ideas we have and all the goals we have with it, if you just look at our stickies, accessible and resilient really captures everything we want from what I talked about with accessibility and IEPs and 504s. It encompasses what everyone talked about with adaptability. It encompasses what Raj talked about with modernization. I think it just sums up everything we've been thinking really well.
Thank you. Well, that is pretty solid work, I would say, and I think it deserves some confetti. So, I've waited 2 hours to throw the confetti. So just to cap off here, what innovative, substantial actions will deal with the underlying contradictions and move us toward our vision? Amplifying youth voice and leadership, centering youth in policymaking, prioritizing youth quality of life, building an accessible and resilient education system. Nicely done. I say applause. So those are your strategic directions. Again, this will be documented as all the other workshops have been documented. This will become a guide for your objectives and goals, where you're going to start taking parts of this and actually looking at how to implement it. So you'll probably say, okay, in the next year, what is realistic for us to accomplish and what can we get our hands around right now? And then you'll start rolling that out. But this is my last meeting with you all. So it has been an absolute pleasure. And I'll probably show up in another role. You'll probably see me doing graphic recording at something you're doing. So I'm not going to be totally lost, but it's been a joy to join you on this journey. So thank you. Thank you so much, Raven.
Well, we will now take public comment for this agenda item.
Yes, Chair Pope, I'm not seeing public comment as of now, but just in case anyone forgot, as a reminder, please submit your public comment with the cards at the back of the room and just make sure the staff sees that and online via the Youth Empowerment Commission website. But other than that, no comment. Chair Pope, handing it back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to Executive Director's report from Director Wallace. So I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Pope. Another special shout out to Raven Tahara. Thank you for all your work so far. We know it has not been easy with a lot of the curveballs that's been thrown our way. So thank you for bearing with us. My director's report is pretty brief. I have a few organizational updates, staffing updates, and program updates. Beginning with organizational updates, as shared before, last July 1st, the Youth Empowerment Commission was established within the Governor's Office of Service and Community Engagement, along with California Volunteers and the Office of Community Partnerships and Strategic Communication, There is now a website for that office. It is serve.ca.gov if you want to learn more high-level information about the themes that really connect those offices and why we're bridged together and just about our leadership structure. I encourage you all to visit that website. It is still being developed, but as I mentioned, there is high-level information. And along with that, our design and communications team within GoServe is supporting the Youth Empowerment Commission in creating a logo. I know this conversation came to the commission months ago, but just with the pivots of the office shift and us focusing on the strategic plan, it really just got put in the parking lot. But we are working with the design team to create 3 logos to put in front of the commission at the July 1st meeting, as we talk about just the notoriety around the state and the commission, just awareness. We do think branding ourselves is hopeful with that as well. So having a logo that folks could identify with this commission is important. So we will be developing that logo as well as developing out our strategic plan is top of brain, social media platforms and our plans for that. What do we want to do with our social media platform? How do we best want to reach community? What are the messages we want to get across? So those are also conversations that will come to this commission as we start to create that draft of our strategic plan. I have been appointed to the State Child Welfare Council. As a council member, thank you. The State Child Welfare Council has members that represent states departments, county departments, nonprofit service providers, advocates, tribes, parents, and former foster youth. The council is charged with monitoring and reporting on the extent to which agencies and courts are responsive to the needs of children in their joint care. So I'm very excited to be a part of those meetings. I am a part of the empowerment subcommittee, really learning about efforts throughout the state to really meet our most disadvantaged young people and figure out where are those gaps. And I hope to bring that information back to this commission so that we are responsive to that as well. Moving along to staffing updates, you all have probably seen her today, but I am very excited to welcome Sean Heimner. She joins this commission. Very excited. I know Jennifer, who has been the solo staff member for the commission, is also very excited for Sean's just support with this commission. Sean brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in leadership, data analysis, program management, and strategic planning. She will be supporting with conducting public outreach and engagement and supporting the initiatives and operations of the commission. So please help me in welcoming Sean. We have one more full-time staff member that will be onboarding. I am currently in the interview process for that individual and hopeful to introduce them at our July 26th meeting. For program updates, I will not read through this entire list, but I do want to make mention that since November, we have engaged 15 community partners in community meet and greets, whether that's as panelists, as host sites, offering a platform for information sharing. In Madera in March, the UCLA Chicano Studies Research Studies team presented a lot of amazing research on environmental justice and what does that look like in Imperial Valley. So these meet and greets, as Professor Lerman talked about, like what is our intention with engaging with community and what are we hoping to learn? It's really helping us to really get that post check on what is happening around the state, where are those gaps in services and opportunities. And as we create these panels, as we partner with grassroots organizations who are serving organizations on the ground, we're learning just how many organizations were birthed from the pandemic as we were, and how the disparities were just further exacerbated from the pandemic, and how can we really bridge together to co-create those solutions. So excited for this meet and greet framework of how we're currently engaging with community, but hope to just develop that out as we continue to focus on exactly what are we looking for as we're engaging and traveling throughout the state to engage these communities and to learn their experiences. Outside of meet and greets, we've also partnered with 15 external stakeholders, whether that be through myself being a panelist or speaking, commissioners speaking. I know Commissioner Adelina and Chair Pope has also partnered with me in visiting in community and providing presentations to youth leaders throughout the state. So again, as we talk about the awareness, our awareness is spreading as we are traveling and sharing our personal stories, our career paths, really providing more opportunities for youth who don't typically get to interface with government and with policymakers, that opportunity to learn more about who we are and what we're doing. You will then see on the next slide that we have created a schedule for our meetings through January 2026. The next meeting will be in Chico as we travel further north in California to engage with the communities there. We will have a community meet and greet on Friday, July 25th, and the next day have our commission meeting. On September 16th, we'll be traveling to Klamath, California with the Racial Equity Commission and hosting a joint listening session, hopefully with the Yurok tribe, really learning about our Native brothers and sisters' experiences further north. They're oftentimes forgotten as we talk about those gaps in services and those needs. So looking forward to learning and traveling again into communities who don't typically get that opportunity to share their voice and experience. July 26th and 27th, we will be in Stockton, California. Same with the community meet and greet and commission meeting. These are Friday and Saturday. All meetings are Friday and Saturday just for accessibility for youth and community. We do not have a specific date in October, but we are looking towards the end of October for a listening session in the Inland Empire. We have been approached by the Inland Empire Community Collaborative to host or to support us with gathering community stakeholders for a larger forum to really learn about a lot of the wins and opportunities and challenges in the Inland Empire. So very excited for that, and we'll have an updated date, hopefully at our July 26th meeting. November 14th and 15th, we will be in Los Angeles, again, for a community meet and greet and commission meeting. December, we will be traveling back up north to Oakland for a community listening session. Hopeful to engage multiple community partners and make that a pretty large listening session, as we've had a lot of stakeholders reach out in hopes of just interfacing with the community, and once again, for the opportunity for us to learn with the intention to elevate and amplify. January 23rd and 24th, we will travel to Fresno for another community meet and greet and commission meeting. I do want to make mention that as we're traveling through the state at this point, as Joyce mentioned earlier, by November, we will have by November, we're hopeful to have the strategic plan. But in the meantime, we will have drafts, as we talked about earlier, with the mission, vision, and values, with those goals that we're establishing, with the timelines that we're establishing. We will be presenting that information at these community meet and greets and these listening sessions to ask community members, where are we missing the mark? Where are there gaps? Where are there additional opportunities? To where we can really fill in those gaps where maybe survey data isn't more readily accessible to us. It's really immediate in the moment feedback for us to consider as we continue to workshop our strategic plan. And finally, just some special acknowledgements. Always want to shout out the staff. There's a lot of planning and a lot of work that goes into these commission meetings. So the LCI and GoServe staff that are here supporting this meeting, thank you. To our AV, yes. For our AVLA team, we definitely appreciate the support that you all provide to us. Professor Lerman, you and Emily, I was going to say Amy, you are Amy, have been amazing with hosting us here today. Thank you for all of the generosity. Raven and Joyce, we literally would not be here without you two and your support with an inaugural strategic plan for an inaugural youth commission of the state. This is history, you guys. I really appreciated the transparency and the conversation today. Raven and Joyce are really intentional behind the scenes of really hearing your voice, hearing your concerns, hearing your perspectives to make sure that this process is responsive to that. So thank you, Raven and Joyce, for considering that, for hearing that, and making sure that it's actually integrated into the process. I always have to shout out Miss Jennifer, as I just said. Prior to Sean joining, you have single-handedly just held a lot for this commission. So thank you for being a pillar for all that we do with our community partnerships to meeting planning. We appreciate you. We thank you. And last but certainly not least, commissioners. You guys, seriously, you have to be brave to step up and do this work, especially in this current climate, with the need, with the charge, with establishing a voice for youth voice in government. Not an easy charge. So thank you for bringing your full selves to this meeting, to the conversations, to our check-ins, and really setting the foundation for this work to live on years to come. And for the next commissioners, for youth in the state, I really appreciate you. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much for that, Director Wallace. We would like to hear from the public on comments related to this agenda item. So if anyone has public comment on the Executive Director's report, please submit your comments.
Chair Pope, as of now, we do not have any comments listed for the Executive Director report. So back to you.
Thank you. Our final agenda item before adjournment is next steps for staff action. Our discussion today covered a range of updates and ideas to move the work of the commission forward. We would like to engage commission staff on digging further into key areas that will support our future meetings and progress. From today's discussion, have we specifically identified items for action moving forward?
For me, what I have in my notes is to make sure that we're providing additional drafts based on what we've learned about the mission and vision and values feedback. Working with Joyce to present another option in our July 26th meeting. We finally have our strategic directions. So as Raven mentioned, this will be her last meeting, but Joyce was present throughout this meeting. I will be working with Joyce to draft the agenda for the next meeting and to figure out where do we go from there and how do we take that information and start to build out our goals and objectives. Not neglecting any of the conversations or any of the information that you all added into those sticky notes today, just hoping to translate that over into our overarching goals and objectives for our next meeting. As mentioned, we are working on logo and social media development for the commission, so hopeful to also have a proposed plan or to create a framework for that conversation in our next meeting, but definitely will have 3 options for logos for you all to present, or excuse me, 4 o'clock, to present to you all in our next meeting. But have I missed anything else that you all would like for me to prioritize for July 26th?
I think Dr. Lerman was going to share her slides. Would love to look at those.
Yeah. Yes. Professor Lerman will share her slides. And last but certainly not least, what we're going to do next is sing happy birthday to Chair Pope because it is her birthday today.
Thank you. It's very kind. This is the most awkward part of a birthday.
But that is it for next steps for actions if commissioners do not have any other items for me.
Like, right, Raven, and Joyce, a thank you note, and I'll sign it. We'll miss you. Thank you for everything.
And thank you for all the gorgeous murals every time. They have been truly a joy. Good, good. Right. Thank you, Director Wallace, for sharing these thoughts and guiding us toward a concrete set of next steps. That brings us to meeting adjournment. May we adjourn the meeting by common consent? Thank you to the Youth Empowerment Commission staff, commissioners, and public for joining us today. Our next meeting is July 26, 2025 in Chico, California. And with that, we are adjourned at 4:01 p.m., only 1 minute behind.